SRC President. We will now give the SRC to present issues on behalf of students. And I can tell the way he works is going to start with the microwave issue.
Mpumalanga. My name once again Vincent Tabiso Mashiro. I'm the SRC president of the University of Mpumalanga. I'm gonna start with the challenges faced by the students within this institution. I remember very well early this year, we were sabotage. One, two.
One. I think the sound is low.
One, two.
The sound is a bit low. Can you start volume?
One, two. All right. All right. No, thanks. So I'm saying, I remember early this year we were in the very same house during the ministerial visit, whereby we raised our concerns related to student accommodation. We raised all these things and told them that the manner in which the system is operating, it affects our students. They acknowledged whatsoever that we said, and then while we were looking for a way to assist the students, we were shocked to see that NSFAS has closed the window period for students to move from residence A to residence B whenever they feel dissatisfied by the service offered at a particular student accommodation. So what I want to say is that under this, we have a lot of cases whereby we report through the system of ZQL. I want to make it clear that they are not responsive. I want to give example of 3 clear cases. Recently we had 3 properties, I think they were sold. So the new owner of the property said that I no longer want to accommodate students. It's research students are back on campus. They are back, they want to attend classes. It's a clear case. It took me, I think, 3 weeks to get resolved. So within the 3 weeks, just ask yourself, where were the students staying? So then we even collected all the cases we submitted through the university accommodation manager to NSFAS. Up to today, there is no response. Our students are being sexually harassed by some service providers, I can say. Recently we received a case whereby a security was sexually harassing a female student. Such cases, I'm telling you, you report, they won't attend to them. Instead, what they will do, they will resolve them behind the scene and say, respond on an email that issue resolved. So it worries me. At some point, you'd hear that they were here visiting a student accommodation without us, SRC, being there. So it is problematic. It's something that must be questioned, that how do you visit a residence without the presence of the SRC? I want to indicate that we have 13,000 students. And on campus, we only house 826, which means 12,000. They are outside there. So we are dealing with 400, 500 properties. We have to visit there whenever there are break-ins. We have to visit there whenever. We are faced with arrogance. At some point, we are being threatened that you want to ruin my business, I'll kill you. You're a small boy. These are some of the things. Our lives are at risk. They tell you that you cannot come here and ruin my relationship with my student as SRC member. But I still repeat, we report such cases, and I'm telling you, we don't get assistance. So that's what we are facing within this university. There is poor maintenance. Just yesterday, I visited a residence. You cannot, if you can see the shower alone, it's bad. I think I must show you. This is the shower that our students are using. I called the landlady. She was rude. She even blocked me on WhatsApp. I still repeat that the system is not responsive. When we report these issues, they don't attend to them. And then now, they are worse because the system has been changed. When I came here in 2021, we had to authorize. You would receive an SMS, are you still staying at this accommodation? Then you say yes, they received the money. But right now, they even tell us that there's nothing you can do as SRC because we signed a contract with the students. It's a contract of 10 months. There is nothing you can do as SRC together with your university. These are some of the things that we are facing as a student representative council. There's poor maintenance. Some residences, they are owing bill. There's a bill of 5,000. They stopped the water, they stopped electricity. 12 first entering students there in town, they lived without electricity, without water for 2 weeks. I'm speaking of first entering students who were hijacked over Facebook to say, you are from KZN, I'll meet you in town and give you a student accommodation. You are just a poor first entering student. You know nothing about the system. Whatsoever that is offered to you, you just take, you just sign the contract. And then on the portal, you would see different things. The furniture is different from what you would get when you go there and see the rest. They upload fake pictures there to attract students. During the process of application, you just say they've got nice couches. You go there, the mattress is like scape. You go there, you check the TV is not working. You go there, you check the washing machine is moving while you are washing like a human being. So, these are some of the things. And I want to emphasize that accommodation is a basic necessity. There's no way that you can have a successful academic life if you are not happy wherever you're staying. So we want to say to NSFAS, whatsoever decision you took of saying that students must remain there for 10 months, it's really affecting us. Next year, students will be facing academic exclusion because of you. NSFAS. We were here in this house, we were telling you all these issues. You tried to resolve, you sent people to come and do reassessment. They visited, I think, 3 residences, they were already tired. They said, we need to go back. We have 400 off-campus students accommodation. On a daily, weekly basis, we see students crying in our offices. It's painful. It's painful. Some landlords are not being paid. They tell students that I won't buy electricity this month. You must put 50 rands and go buy 50 units. Our students, they buy electricity for themselves. Our students, they buy data for themselves. They contribute money to buy router. Because you're delaying payments. Some landlords, they tell us that I've went all out. I borrowed money everywhere so that I can sustain my business. But up to so far, I'm done. I don't have anything. I don't have money to buy gas. I don't have anything. Therefore, the students, they come to us, they complain. Because of the system, because of the decision that you took to close the window period. It's very painful. You engage with them, it's like there are a lot of steps. You tell this one about the issues, no, I will speak to this one. That one tells that one. They will come back to you after 2 weeks. Sometimes they don't even respond. So these are the issues that we are facing pertaining off-campus students' accommodation. And I so wish, in fact, for us to resolve them, I'm aware NSFAS is here, and then we request that you allow students to terminate their leases. Students must be allowed to move to wherever they want to go. Because if a certain student gets excluded academically due to failing maybe 50%, what kind of proof are they going to provide whenever they are appealing? Because some of the landlords, they are nowhere to be found. They even hired our students to be caretakers, our students to be cleaners. So we are pleading. Assist us by allowing our students to terminate their leases. We are not saying only focus on the list that we have given you, because we are sure that there is more students who are facing these issues. Maybe they did not put their names and ID numbers on that list, but we have more students who are facing all these injustices. At some point, we are being gun pointed. What's when? It's difficult to be an SRC member under this NSFAS system. So that's my request to say, let's open and allow the students to terminate and move. We have got enough of campus students accommodation. Just that it's a matter of who was quick to hijack the students, who was quick, who had a proper marketing strategy to steal the students. That's why they don't support when we speak of lease termination. They're owning more than 6-7 properties. All of the properties, students are facing issues. You ask yourself, what's happening with this person? So we are requesting under off-campus students accommodation that let's allow the students to terminate and move. I think I've covered here and my request. On campus, check that one of you. That one. So it is also serious. I think we need to take it serious also. As you have seen, when we speak of the NSFAS accreditation standard and norms, I think we only focus on the residences outside. We forget to start here. Because you wouldn't accredit a res without stoves. You can agree with me. But we have building 7 there. It has more than 150 students. They don't have not even a single stove. More than 150 students, they must have their own, which means you must come with your own stove. So that whenever you're going to cook, you take it to the kitchen and then you cook there with that stove of yours. So I'm asking myself, would you accredit a res outside there without stoves and say students will come with their own stoves? Just last of last week, the washing machines were not working. We only had 2 working. We are 826. We only had 2 working. For you to wash, you need to check all the buildings and say, okay, I'm going to use this block. Then it was very much concerning. We had a meeting. We said we need this kitchen and laundry equipment delivered. 10 days to deliver these things. We went back, we told our students. Now they think I lie, those students. They even want to murder me at some point. So we told them that let's wait 10 days. Then I said, I hear you. You know, I'm that person of whenever we are a service provider promises something, let's now seek for immediate intervention, because we cannot let the students suffer. Actually, there are people responsible for this housing. We have RSAs, housewarden, all these people. You want to tell me that they were not aware that the washing machines, so there's a lot of people there involved. And then the 10 days elapsed. Okay, in fact, I was checking day after the meeting. Okay, I said immediate intervention. They said they will send technicians to come and fix. The following day, I can see through the window that there by the laundry room, I did not see any people coming there to fix. Day 2, and then I asked, what's happening? We don't have washing machines. 10 days elapsed yesterday. Just the day before yesterday, I saw them fixing there. And they are failing to show that these things are beyond repair. You cannot repair something that is beyond repair. So I'm worried that we had a meeting, VC, supply chain, operation, relevant stakeholders were there. They couldn't come up with an immediate intervention of saying, let's try and get something for these students. I was expecting that they would say, we can maybe, just for now, get 2 washing machines per building. So that while we are waiting for the real order to come and deliver everything, our students would be utilizing them. So it is very much problematic. We are also requesting that we get assistance. And then I'm going to move to this one. We have mentors and tutors and demonstrators here who are playing a very crucial role. In fact, I worked twice as a mentor and tutor once. They play a very crucial role. They assist our first entering students with the transition from matric to university. They assist them with academic writing and everything. But here they worked 4 months without being paid. And then they report to the SRC. We take it forward that, why are you not paying these people? We check with the academic staff development professional. He says, no, I sent their contracts to HR on the 15th of March. Then the story is just not making sure. Even myself, I just got lost. I couldn't understand what is happening. But there was no, agree you are hired. There are new mentors. They don't know the system. They don't know how it works, how to claim for a fund. They allow you to work. They give you training after 2 months, after 3 months. How would you know that I have to give the students a register to write their names? Then I'm going to use this as a proof for me to claim. And then it's fine. Then when we started interviewing, we saw now they were working in the groups. Submit. You must be paid. End of. Submit. It's a problem. We are speaking of PhD candidates, masters. Those people are relying on this money, some of them, to survive, to buy groceries. Because already we have an issue of funding whereby NRF, out of 800 applications, they take 105. The rest of postgraduates, they are not having funding, so they rely on this money. Some, they even pay, they negotiated off campus there that they will pay 2,000. They want to use this money, but they work, there is no payment. So we also hope to get clarity in terms of that, as to what really transpired. Let me move. Okay, this is the rest. Then we have this one. Just to give a context a little bit, there was a day we just had students calling us, come, there's a lecturer seated on the grass. What's happening? Oh, fine. Apparently, from what we got from the students, there is a UN lecturer who brought an outsider to go to a lecture hall and attack a female lecturer. We were called by students to say, come and assist us. And then, it's an issue, this one. And then, it's fine. Academic officer wrote to the GBV. Then they sent to the VC the complaints from students. And then we were told that he's suspended just last of last week, we heard that he's back. We were shocked. Oh, is he back this morning? And then what transpired, that whoever was in the nation as to how do we have him back on campus. Student wellness. They speak of this university started with 167 students, 69. Now we are more than 13,000. So as a father of household, you have one child, you buy 5 kg of maize meal. You have 17 children, you keep on buying 5 kg of maize meal. It's a problem. I'm saying, I speak with the students every morning. They say, President, I have to be early at campus so that I can be in the queue to get assistance. We speak with the staff there. They can't assist more than 25 students per day. I spoke to them myself. I said, let us just discuss. Like, you work how many hours? How many minutes do you spend to see one student? They can't see 30 students. How many are we? We are children of the proletariat. Our parents, they work for Shoprite. We don't have medical aids. We rely on that small clinic. There's one nurse. On our first meeting with the management, they told us that they were conducting interviews. Even today, they are long, these interviews. It was March, April. Even today, there's just one nurse. Then we take it to Siabuswa campus. Siabuswa has got plus minus 600 students. They also have one nurse. So check the ratio. 12,000, one nurse. 600, one nurse. It's a problem with psychologists. By the way, I'm doing masters in psychology myself. I know that for a client to feel comfortable and tell you whatever that bothers them, it may not happen within 3 sessions. So I'm worried, how do they manage? Because students are going through a lot. Students, they are going through a lot because of NSFAS food. So we know that especially male students, they are not comfortable to voice out and to go and seek for intervention whenever they are not well. But still, we are saying we cannot have one psychologist and one student counselor. It doesn't make sense. So we need to have enough. So we are also raising it. We understand. I once raised it. Then I was told that health care is not the major service for the institution.
As we wrap up.
Am I spent? All right. So that's under student wellness, to say that for students to get assistance, that they need to come early, request the transport service provider that malume ngicela ungise around 7. I want to be number 6. I want to be number 8 so that I can get assistance. So we, just to sum up, I think at UMP we need to check. I don't think the university is complying with the student ratio, staff, because at some point we have finance issues. There's always issues of paying students who are doing practicals. Mind you, they are in other provinces. So the land, maybe you are in Eastern Cape and whatnot. And then you may find that we go there and inquire with the student financial aid. They would tell you that we are currently having this and that on the play. Like, you go there saying, I'm going to fight her. Then she tells you that I'm tasked to do this and that after this. So I feel like we need to check if the university complies with the ratio, staff student. Because at Siabuswa campus, we always receive complaints that their issues are also not attended to properly. So we request that we check in terms of that. And then not only finance, because even when students, maybe they want to request for a certain letter or whatnot from the registrar's office, you may find that they are now forced to come here on campus. Like, you sent an email last week. If you cannot find an SRC member to say, go and check, so that they go through their inbox and check my email, you may find that that student may have to come all the way from Eastern Cape just for a stamp. So it's a problem. I also want to say, let's review that and check if the university comply. So, and then just recommendations to take the university forward. I think the university needs to partner properly with the SRC and understand that we are not there by choice or by mistake. They must acknowledge our presence, and then when we raise concerns, they need to take them into consideration. And then they need to, when they visit other universities, whether they are attending meetings, we request that they check how other universities operate. We don't like a situation whereby we see things happening quick because we have visitors tomorrow. We even ask ourselves, how is this operation? This is new. Same goes with the landlords when they know what NSFAS is coming. They borrow washing machines from each other while we are that side. They move washing machines. You'll just see trucks with a lot of washing machines and microwaves. Then when we move from that side, they take them to the other side. So, just to close.
Yeah, close.
Yes. Next one. Study loan, you approved, but there's no money from last of last year. You approved, but there is no money. They don't pay. They just delay everything. So we are requesting that we get assistance because students are facing evictions.
Yeah.
We are requesting that we get assistance because students are facing evictions. So thank you very much.
Please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, President. We're going to move to questions. VC, are you aware of the challenges that Labour has raised regarding the HR division? Maybe if yes, you can just tell us what challenges are you aware of and what has the management done to that effect? VC.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Labour for accentuating these problems. Am I aware? Yes. From recruitment to policy breaches to insubordination to unethical conduct, I'm aware of this. Have I acted on it? Yes. Have I let Labour know that I've acted on it? Yes. As we speak right now, I have had to apply accountability, and accountability is underway. Possible the fault on my end, I may say, is the level of the information that you can disclose. But right now we have somebody who's holding the fort in that position because of us dealing with accountability. So it's not something that we've not attended to. I know that there's a problem with the recruitment processes. We are attending to that. I wish these problems were like you take Panado at 9 a.m., the headache goes away at 2 p.m. or actually 12 p.m. Especially within the academic sector, it is hard to replace people. The speed at which we're working right now, my HR staff are at the end there, and we have Victor, Mr. Lichitide, who are working quite hard. And as of just since the accountability was put into effect, there's been a speed at recruiting. We have identified people to fill in positions. The problem, of course, is that there will be 30 days notice where they will have been employed. And for academics, it's 3 months. Because often with academics, it must be the entire quarter, for instance, or a semester. So we are attending to the problems. We're having a new suite of HR specialists, trained thus, practiced thus, coming on the 1st of September. We wanted them to come in August, but they could not come at that time because of their contractual obligations elsewhere. So on the whole, that's where we are.
Okay, so in plain, simple English is that you are saying the EDHR is undergoing the disciplinary hearing, is currently on suspension, and somebody's acting. Just on the record, please.
I am confirming that the other issue, Chair, is that we need to apply policy, and sometimes these policy regulatory frameworks take their time. So you've got to say, tell us why you shouldn't be charged. We then charge you. Okay, we give you 5 days. We then charge you. We have to set up a hearing. So it is slower than possible, what's ideal, but we've got to be fair across the board to ensure that we're applying the policies that our labor wants us to be married to as much as possible. So we have done that. The accountability is happening. That's my middle name.
Okay, no, thank you very much, VC. And labor, are you aware that this EDHR is undergoing DC and you are informed?
Not officially, Chairperson, but we hear from Grapevine because they are discussion, but formally that the process has been to that effect that our members are aware. No.
Okay, thank you. When did this happen, VC? When did the precautionary suspension take effect?
It's quite recent, Chair. And it's just that it's a complex matter, that with it being recent, then there were other processes of grievance against me. So you then have to deal with some of the complexities, but labor were informed that there has been accountability happening. Ends. I don't want to say thanks to the Grapevine or whatever the case may be, but informed, yes, they were informed.
Recent, was it yesterday, Monday?
The suspension was when?
Earlier on, when I opened the meeting, I did speak about having bilaterals to improve relationships. And you would not have a situation where a big decision like this one, where labor would have raised issues against a particular executive director, especially on them refusing or cancelling the maternity leave, which is something that it's a pity they are not here, but would have loved to have a conversation with that particular person. And how labor presented sounded like a female, the person. I think they kept on saying she. Yeah. So I would have loved to have a conversation with her about why would she, if she has, or if she did, why would she do such a thing? But the relationship, VC, or maybe Chair, as I suggested, have these high-level conversations with your workers from a council perspective, so that you don't get a situation where a decision has been taken by management to correct certain things, but workers don't know, or students don't know. It will create because tomorrow they will strike, saying they want this guy out or not out. Country, the institution has already acted. So the lack of communication creates a bit of a problem. And Chair, the Labour says there's 2 reports. One from management, commissioned by management, on HR matters, if I'm not to deal on the same matters, and both of them confirmed a lot of irregular things there. Did I hear them correctly? In the record, Chair.
Yes, Chair, you heard it correctly. Yeah, so the first report was commissioned by management. The second report also talked to the first one because there were issues that keep on coming. So council decided, let's go deeper into the issues. And it is that report that management is now acting on it. So when you hear the VC talking about consequence management, it is based on the findings and the issues that are contained there. That is actually, council said, look, management, to the extent that there are issues of non-compliance to policy, whatever the issues that are identified, management act on it because it's an operational matter. So the VC is acting on that.
I really appreciate it. So it means it might be very difficult for you to respond to some of my questions on what is on the report because you are using it to charge, or there's a disciplinary process on employees based on the contents of the report. Okay, so it will be difficult for us to enter that space so that we protect the credibility of that, and also they might take you guys to court for ventilating their DC outside of their own process. Okay, so it means because Labour did raise an issue of the bonuses that were paid, and I'm sure it's part of those things, and I would not want you to respond to that to protect the integrity of the DC. I think it was now, maybe now, just clarify quickly in a minute. You spoke something about appointment of over 6 months without an advert or what. If you can just clarify us quickly then how. Sorry, Theo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. As I've already explained that the recruitment policy of the university clearly states that all positions that will run from 6 months and above must be advertised. Then there are people who were appointed on contracts secondary appointments for more than 2 years. And these people, HR did not follow the proper process. Some of them, their contracts will expire in 4, if not 5 years. So there is evidence on that, but just to protect the names, then we have got evidence, and I think the management is also aware, because all these issues that we are raising here, we didn't just bring here today. Yeah. We first raised them.
It's okay.
The management.
Okay, Labour. I was not saying you must do a presentation. I wanted clarity on. So you are saying to us, so these are secondary appointments. So a person is a lecturer, and then they second him or her to be an HOD. That's what you're saying, in essence.
No, it was example. We have got those who are appointed for 12 months. Others are appointed as a secondary appointment. And the process and the policy is the same, that even if you are going to be appointed for secondary appointment for more than 6 months, we need to follow a fair process. And
no, that part we understood. You are not listening to us. And you're not going to help us move forward, because you want to make a point that we're not asking. We understood you to say that on recruitment, the recruitment policy is not being followed, yes, which says that above 6 months, if somebody is going to be appointed in a post for above 6 months, there must be a company. Somebody is working in the university, they give them a secondary appointment.
Okay, Chair. Thank you for the question. These are instances that we have experienced. Some, they were headhunted from Babaton, as you said. Others are secondary appointments. It's not one case.
Thank you very much. Chair, is this process again included in your report? Is it part of the report? Because maybe I want to ask questions, but if it's covered in the report, I don't want tomorrow, if you lose cases, you then say it's because we asked you a question and it compromised your case. Is this issue, was it part of the report 1 or 2? And or 2?
Chair, I just want to confirm with my colleagues. This one, is it part of the... No, it's not.
The secondary appointments.
The second, no, yeah?
No, okay, maybe check the report.
Yeah, maybe we need to check that, but
yeah.
I know that we were part of as council members. I wanted just to confirm, but maybe we need to check the report whether this particular issue was also included there. But I don't remember it. But maybe we need just to check that, Chair.
Okay, I will give you a time to check that. Honorable Gubani, must I start with you? Oh, Honorable Govan. You...
Enkosi, uqalwa ngam Honorable Govan. Imngedi Honorable Govan la when Honorable Ngubani. No, because I'm worried that we started very late with engagements. Maybe I will forget if you start with Honorable Ngubani, then he says about 12 namhlanje, I can see. Oh, that's what I'm saying. Maybe first, Chairperson, we must commend the fact that after the VC that has left, we have also brought back a female in addressing the issue of women inequality and addressing the issue that we would want to see women occupy critical positions in all spheres of government. It's something that I took into notice. Chairperson, as we entered, fortunate enough, President, I did not feel well. So I had to be taken to the clinic inside here. First thing that I noted when I entered the clinic, there were lots of students. As I approached, because I'm still not well, I did not question anything. I went, I was assisted very fast. I think someone told them that I was a member of parliament because I did not say it. As now I'm stable, I can actually start questioning. I called the nurse, how many of you are in here? Because I'm looking at the ratio that we have raised, President. Then she tells me it's only herself. You know, the issue of illnesses, it's not something that we plan. So it cannot be something that is treated with paramount importance anywhere in the country, irregardless of being it a service in a university or a TVET whatsoever. But it is a need that should be there and available at all given points of time so that it assists those who are in need of the service at that time. A ratio of 1:100 a day can never happen. Can never VC happen. Now I'm just talking about 100. I don't want to talk about, because we won't get ill the same day. Installing a drip, my one, it took them more than 10 minutes. There were 5 of them because they could not find a vein. I'm a bit big. They struggled. Now imagine if they need to treat a student for more than 30 minutes or an hour, and the other 99 are standing there doing nothing. It's something that would really request that it is treated with importance and given a solution very fast. Then as president, I'm walking in, I see a lot of boxes of condoms, lot of them, prop. But now I see on those billboards or whatever, I don't know, I'm not sure if they're right. Yes, the banner. The banner that's in there, it has I think the 4th line is about the LGBTIQ plus programs. I'm feeling much better. I go back there, I read, then I call the nurse. What do you offer here? Because I'm looking at the condoms, they are male condoms, mostly, which is good. Because we would want any young person to practice safe sex. But now I'm asking, where is the gear that supports the LGBTIQ plus that we have also included in your banner? There's none, we see. None. There's no lubricants. There is no dental dams, President. There is no finger cords. So I'm thinking safety is one-sided. It does not include everyone in the institution. I would make a call, DG, acting, that when we speak about these things, it's not only the rate of the side or after effects that they will have, but it also contributes to the statistics that we are trying to control as the country of transmission of the HIV virus, the STIs, and more especially the danger it put our young LGBTI conforming students. I will not go broad on trying to clarify the issue of importance of having a lubricant. But I will just say, Chairperson, by virtue or by nature, a female body produces its own juices, but male to male does not produce its own juice or water or any watery surface. I think I did not go into detail. You are still safe. Yeah. Then can we just shoot straight to the issue of 40 foreign employments? Maybe before I proceed with my questions, make a disclaimer that we understand that 39, if I'm not mistaken, are permanent citizens in terms of their citizenship that they have been granted. But because this college is very new, as it took its first intake in 2014, if I'm not mistaken, when was the first employment of these 40, 39 or 38 are permanent foreign people? And when did they get their citizenship that is permanent? Was it before or after? Firstly, I want the dates on when were they employed. Then once I'm given that, please also furnish me in saying VC. They all had a citizen permanent status when we employed them. Or it happened after the employment. I just want clarity on that.
So VC, you can just indicate who will respond.
Can I request that my HR team responds, that is Ms. Mnisi and or Ms. Sichir?
Thank you. Thank
Can
you,
you
Chair.
kindly stand for purposes of the records, please?
Thank you, Chair. The first one that we have started in 2014, when the university had an interim management just to start the university, is a lecturer in agriculture.
Streaming, they can't see.
The first appointment, thank you. The first appointment happened in 2014. There was one lecturer who was appointed by the interim management when the university started, is a lecturer in agriculture. In terms of citizenship and their permits, they are not the same. Some had those permanent residences confirmed before they started here. So most of the foreign nationals were appointed from other universities, as I see here. Yeah, the years differ, but most of them, they had their permits ready.
The years can differ in you saying them, please.
Okay. I have, let me just go back. Okay, I have 2015. This is a lecturer in agricultural extension who was incorporated from ex-LCA, the College of Agriculture. And I also have 2015, 2017, about three in 2017, Chair. I also have about 4, 5, 6 in 2018. And
oh, sorry, I paused the time, Honorable Govan. So the question was, you indicate when they joined the university, what was their status of citizenship at the time when they joined the university? So if you enlist them, then you're going to go back to the first one again and say the one in 2014 was naturalized or a citizen of South Africa by the time in which they were hired. It's going to take a bit longer. So as you enlist, just indicate this particular cohort joined in 2015, they were already naturalized, or at that time their status was not of a South African status. That's what Honorable Governor was requesting.
okay, thank you, Chair, for clarifying. I don't have the statuses of their naturalization. Let me check if my colleagues have. You don't have. We don't have those statuses, specifically those of when were they naturalized.
Before you continue, if you don't know when they were given the citizenship, how do you then prove that they have them if you do not know the dates? Because the documents that should they've provided to your attention will be having the dates that they were offered to them. So it's that what I want to understand. When were they granted the citizenship of being a South African? So it can't be that you say you don't have them. I want out of all 39 to understand when were they given the citizenship of being a South African? And when did it happen? Did they get them before the employment, or they got it after the employment?
Thank you, Chair. The report, it is there, but not on my disposal. We can, I don't know how you want us to do it, but we have the record, but not here.
Okay, let's, but the response is not correct. HR is the one that recruits, right? And when you recruit, you collect documents from potential people who, or your potential employees, correct?
Yes, correct.
So you do have the documentation. But the question where it comes from is about the legality of the process that is followed in employing these foreign brothers and sisters of ours, foreign nationals, which the Employment Service Act agrees with the policy framework on internationalization, Section 5 of it. The Employment Service Act 8, subsection 2A, which tells you what you must do. And it says, both of them, there can be no, if I were to try and quote it verbatim, there can be no justification on why you would employ a foreign national over a South African if the skills match is the same. or there are South Africans who can do the same job based on the thing that you, on the advert. So when you should know at the top of your head that by the time they applied, they were naturalized or not. Because if you don't know, then it's a bigger problem. Then we have a much bigger problem than we think. If you say to us you don't know, I did not know their status at that time, that can't be. The right answer should have been, at the time of them applying, all of them were naturalized. If not, then you'd say to me that you had advertised and you did not find anybody locally, because that's what that Employment Service Act says. It says the first round you'd give to Section 82A of the Employment Service Act, which says South Africans will be prioritized, right? Which also agrees with the policy framework on internationalization, Section 5, which also says we prioritize South Africans with their certain designated groups. And if you can't get anybody there, then you go to the second round. Because if they were not naturalized, then it means they applied on the re-advert. So maybe give us a better response. Not that you did not know, you don't know, no. You may not know the exact date, that it was on the 24th of March, 2001. But you'll say these people were employed in 2018. So none of them were naturalized after. Because then the process should have been different. I don't know if I'm making sense. But then I'll give you VC, but I needed to clarify this point first.
It is clarified, Chair, and I can confirm that those that we've appointed, we did all the verifications, we checked them, we advertised, and we followed correct procedures. It could be few of those that we got them because there was just one application or two applications and there was urgency in opening the university. But we followed the correct procedures.
VC, you wanted to enter on this one. You are not VC at the time, and I.
Yes, I was not, but I wanted through your chair, if I could volunteer my human resources chair of council, committee of council, because he has much more institutional memory than I have.
Oh, well, I wasn't here either, but I can assure you, Honourable.
That's a very good disclaimer to make at the beginning.
Yeah, I can assure you that we looked into this situation, especially when I took over as chair of HRC. And yes, you are talking about 36 members of foreigners who are permanent academic, but there's also a few that are non-academic. And the information that you are asking for, we have it, it's just that it's not on hand now. And if the chairperson possibly allow, we can send the information after. Because in February 2026, we engaged Department of Home Affairs just to test how compliant we are with all our foreign colleagues. And there were only a few issues that were raised. I think two of the members, mostly we what we did is to check on naturalization, and secondly, verification of qualification, and thirdly, also those that had been employed from other universities who are not naturalized, whether they have a work permit, because work permits work differently. You can't import a work permit from Wits to here. When we employ you here, then you must get a work permit to work here. And it's unfortunate to tell you that in our exercise with Home Affairs, we found that there were anomalies that we identified, and we asked the colleagues to verify. And they did verify, especially their qualifications. Two of the colleagues, their contract were expiring in July. They decided to leave without even verifying, before even the July came to an end. So we've run this exercise, and the instruction and the policy from HR is that before we employ foreigners, we must first advertise and consider the local indigenous people. And if we don't, then we look at our legislation, whether that is a critical skill or not, and whether we must re-advertise or look at foreign employees. We don't receive a lot of applications from foreigners. But my understanding as a chairperson of HRC is that when the university opened, there was an agency to move, and that is why some of the people ended up being employed and their contracts been renewed. We even did an age analysis of these people so that we look at succession planning and also the transfer of the skills to say, if this person is 56, possibly if his contract will run to 60, is there a person in the department that can take over the position? And through our development program and the PhD program, as the VC had said, we are actually creating our own, what did you say, our own mortar? Is it mortar or brick or timber? We are creating our own timber because I think this is a contentious issue for South Africans to say we have people who have graduated who are not employed, and we are looking at all that. The other issue was, I think I've referred the age analysis to compare it with succession planning to say what's the return on investment on employing these people, and then we looked at when are the actual contracts going to terminate. And because the university started 11 years ago, most of these people, two of them, their contracts ended in May this year, and then 6 of them, their contracts ended in July, end of July, and 2 of them, their contracts are ending in December, and most of them, their contracts are ending in 2027. And as council, our instruction is very clear. We cannot go back there, although it's a small percentage, but we have enough skill in the country that can really handle this. And we understand the excuse that the university was just beginning and we needed to establish departments. And what have you. Now we are looking at a plan of taking the university. We celebrated the 10 years of the establishment. Now we are looking at the 10 years forward to say, how do we take this university to a level where it can be competitive with other universities like UJ and all that, from research to employment equity, as she referred to. I wouldn't like to talk about that much. We are actually compliant provincially and nationally as far as our numbers are concerned, especially with women employment in the university. So I would like to assure you that the information you may want is there but not at hand currently, and I'm reading at the report that the HR had given me like last month on these issues. We have a serious focus on foreign employment in the university. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, maybe Thank you very much for that comprehensive response. I think it gives us a comfort that something is being done about it. Our assessment, VC, has been that some universities believe that when we ask these questions, maybe we're not okay upstairs. Because we'll raise a question which we think it makes sense to us. But when we get a response from yourself sitting that side, it makes us even question our sanity. Are we, maybe this, we were asking ourselves, is our English that bad that they don't understand what we're asking? But I'm comforted by the response that you do understand this English that we've been asking ourselves if it makes sense. What we would like you to do, maybe in writing as well, because you said there's two who you asked that they get verified or verify their papers, qualifications and all of that, and they ran away. Well, you did not say run away, but this is how we understood it.
It's the English.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the English. For me, that is a worry, because they might vumbuka somewhere at University of Venda, for an example, or any other university, or University of Limpopo. Let me, the DVC of Teaching and Learning is looking at me and say, why did you have to say Univen, you know? Her name is Mashudu, and Mashudu means, Mashudu is Venda. So I could see how she just looked at me. I'm sorry, DVC. They might wake up, or we might wake up and they're employed at UCT, for example. Whereas they did not verify their papers. So we must do something about, I'll give you just now, we must do something about that. There would have been, and I'm happy that you went to Home Affairs to try and verify the papers of this particular people, because SIU has come out and said some of these people who are employed in our institutions were employed, they got work permits using fake or fraudulent documentation. Or some of the work permits were fraudulent. There were some people there who had opened a spaza shop at Home Affairs, giving people student study visas and work permits. You know, there were two of them, I think, were arrested not so long ago. So my worry is, as a university, SIU releases such reports, a responsible university would say, all of you come here, let's go verify it, because I don't want to be found tomorrow that I was housing a criminal who bought the work permit. Because those people who buys those things there might be people selling. There's people selling drugs everywhere. And I don't buy the story that those people are the wrong ones, what. There are people who are buying the drugs. So if I go and buy drugs, it's that all on me. People are selling them. So yes, there's corrupt officials of Home Affairs, but there is a willing buyer. Somebody who went to buy, and that person becomes a criminal, at least in my eyes. So we might be housing these criminals, not necessarily yourself. And not all foreign nationals came to South Africa with fraudulent documentation. I think I must put it clear. There are some which the SIU dealt with. And me, if I was Yusuf, for an example, Prof, I would have said to all my institutions, take all your numbers, go verify with Home Affairs you have not employed some people who have bought this work permits and naturalization IDs and all of that. That's what a responsible institution should have done. Should have said to all of you, UMP, go verify. Give us a report so that as USAF, we go out and communicate to South Africans to say, all our people have not bought this thing. Yes, we know the SIU report, but this is what we have done subsequent to that point. That has not happened, and I'm happy you have approached Home Affairs and found few issues here and there, maybe in writing. You'll give it to us. What were the issues that were raised about who and how it was resolved? We'll just do a mini table, Chair. Tebo Kholitsi from Lesotho, hired here as an associate professor. I'm making an example. Tebo Kholitsi is me, so I'm making an example about me so that somebody might not say I'm targeting people. Went to Home Affairs to verify. We realized that his standing in South Africa was questioned because there was a point where his passport was not stamped for 40 days. I'm making an example. So you'll just put those details and then how you resolved it. Why we wanted to be like that. We don't want to target them, but at least it will help us to plan better. Now, personally, Chair, I support the international policy framework on internationalization because I do believe that our institutions, if they are to compete globally, they must have global people in. Must have people from Germany, for an example, to understand the mechanical engineering because they possibly, these German cars come from. I believe in policy framework on international. I don't believe South Africa, we must only hire South Africans in all our institutions. We're going to struggle. By the way, we're doing some study which want to track, Prof, how many South African academics are working outside of South Africa. What we are getting is that those who are working outside of South Africa in academia are more than the foreign nationals that we have hired here. So the assumption that let them go will sell us in, it won't work. Because if including yours, if they come here, you'll have academia that will come to South Africa and be unemployed. So it's a very short-sighted view in this is just my view. But we must still follow the law when we're hiring, when we're implementing the internationalization policy. The law must still be high because I believe those South Africans who are working in academia elsewhere, they also went through the laws of those countries. And the assumption that when we raise this thing, we're academic, what do they call us? Academic xenophobia. It's madness at most. So, you know, it's crazy. But we have a responsibility to say, Chairperson, you have hired, this is what the laws of the country says, this is what your statute says. You did something outside of it. Explain.
Thank you, Chair. You have highlighted the issue that, okay, you have two people that suddenly left. What are we doing? So immediately after this exercise was started, we engaged the Department of Labor so that we can red flag these people. That's where everyone gets employed. But also in the council, we have people that sit in different professional associations that can actually highlight some of the problems because we need to close the gap. You are correct. What if they had presented fraudulent qualification. But we're quite well vexed and aware, especially because now, for instance, UK is expelling a lot of Nigerians, especially nurses and what have you, out of their country. So South Africa will have a high influx of people with fraudulent qualifications. And it's not going to happen at Mpumalanga University because we are closing that gap in a sense. So the verification process, we have engaged a verification company before we employ a person and give the person a contract. Not only foreigners, even indigenous people, we verify their qualifications to make sure that those qualifications are actually not fraudulent in a sense. So we have sensitized our management or administration to be very careful that we don't get caught up in a situation where we are accused of employing people in senior positions who are foreigners, who have a nice CV that reflects UK and all that, when their professional qualifications are wrong. So we have closed that gaps. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks. No, thanks, Chair. I think with the responses that have been given, I think it is safe to assume that my question is covered in it, because I wanted to find out that the two employees that absconded, I want to use that word because they did not resign. I wanted to check if they were in the university for 10 years or whatever years they were in the university for, they would probably be entitled to some retirement benefits or anything that, but with that response, I would assume that nothing was given to them because they would have at least absconded because they did not resign. So I wanted to ask that question, but maybe on a lighter note, the House will have to be very patient with the chair, and as his deputy, I know he's very passionate about what he does. So this is while we give back the mic to Honorable Govan.
Thank you, Honorable Govan. No. Continue.
No, I think I just have, thank you for taking us through. But I just have one question to HR. Is there anyone who was part of the recruitment process in the HR still within the institution?
Can you repeat that, Chair?
Within the HR department that started the recruitment from 2014 up to date, is there anyone who was part of those processes still within HR, or have they left, or most? I just want to continue with my questions.
I have joined the university early in 2015. I'm still here.
But then I think most of our questions can be replied to kwangoku. Because, you know, this issue of trying to respond in writing, Chairperson, yes, we allow it, but I don't like it. That is me. Can you explain to me in terms of HR, what do you mean when you say an agency to move, and processes that you followed in your recruitment? If there were any South Africans that were shortlisted in your processes and the criteria that you have set, then they did not get the preference. What was it that made you take these decisions? Because I'm trying to figure out if it was a matter of agents, was it too quick to get foreigners that some maybe they were not even in the country rather than headhunt here in the country? the agents to move, what did it mean at that time? Could you have not moved faster in the country? Could you have not found the right candidates here rather than saying to fill a gap because there was an agent to move? What do you mean by that? And can it address the question that I have? And also, when you are responding, we have heard that we also have a non-academic posts that were filled. How many were they? And what are they? Please just tabulate them for me.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I will start with the last one, the two admin staff. We have one deputy director in ICT, and then we have one chef in the School of Hospitality. And those are the two. And then to go back to the agency, the first advert was done, that's what I can recall. It was done, due diligence was done as well. The shortlisting process was undertaken. If there were no suitable candidates, then we re-advertised the positions. So we considered candidates who were having PR, so they were given a chance. So agency did not really mean that we took just anyone, but we started by prioritizing South Africans, and failure to fill it maybe twice, then we considered the third round of advert, and then we considered who was available at that time. That's how I can just relate on the agency. It did not mean that we took a foreign national at first, and yeah, I think that covers that.
Okay, and then we have the files of this recruitment.
Yes, there are files.
Okay, so we'd like you to, in writing, you'll send us the first advert, those who applied, because you're saying the process continued and you did not get the right person that you wanted. And then the second file, you'll then give us the second advert. And you're saying it might be that there was a third advert. Give us that as well, so that we satisfy ourselves that you have done the process that you've just explained to us. Thanks.
I think the chair just protected you, because I was going to say, if you still remember all these processes, then surely you will tell me who was naturalized before the employment and after. But because now the chair has advised that some of this information that we want must be sent to us in writing, including that.
No, just clarity. I'm sorry. So I'm trying to understand. Are these questions that related to the two employees you just mentioned, including a chef? Is it a chef that you could not find in those 2 or 3 exercises? Is it part of the people that you could not find? You've mentioned 2 employees that are foreign nationals. ICT, ICT and chef. So are you including the chef that you could not find in that exercise?
I'm referring to academics, and these ones I can check. We can check their files. How many?
So you're not including the chef one?
No, I was zooming into just academics.
Thanks.
Yeah. It means you are responding to a wrong question. Because Honorable Governor said there's 2 who are non-academic. And we thought you were explaining how did they come about. maybe let's give you a chance to explain the non-academic, then I'm sure they will have, but at least you know they will have the follow-ups. So the response must close the gap. I hope. So the two non-academic employees, that is what she was asking about.
I think my response for the earlier response was covering only the academics that we started the university with. I'm not covering the latest that we appointed, if they are. To start the university, this is what we did. But on the two cases of support staff, I need to go to the files and check how many times the advert went out.
Do you know which it's a chef?
It's a chef.
And
yeah.
the other one?
It's deputy director, ICT.
ICT, yeah, that's what you said to us.
Yes.
You said those are the two non-academic.
True.
And the question was, how were they appointed? So you don't remember now, and where? You don't remember?
I don't have the file, but yeah, we can check that as well as HR.
Honorable Sazana says you don't have a soft copy of the file. So check it, sir, because you send this information to the human resource. You are saying I'm looking at it because they sent me an email 2 weeks back. So it means somebody should have the file. Unless if here at UMP, the file is stored in Siabuswa campus, so you can't get there now to go open some storage. I'll give you a chair. We just need you can't have access to the file. No?
The file is stored in the archives of the university, so it can be here. It can be found
online.
Not online.
Oh, you don't have it online?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Chair, you want to assist?
Chair, I wanted to really request that you give us an opportunity to put together a report in the way you had requested, and also to cover the honorable member insofar as the main question that she asked earlier on, around when they were naturalized, was it before the appointment or after, and all of that, so that we put it in a table form and cover these issues properly, because it may be difficult now to access the information in the way you would want it. No. If I may request, Chair, that you give us that opportunity to do that, and then provide the report accordingly.
No, thank you very much. I think that's a fair request. Honorable Governor.
If I may ask, because some of these things, Chair, as much as they want to drive it away to respond now, it can never be possible that you don't know when was a deputy director employed. It can never be correct that you are not sure of when did the chief come in. And I want to understand the chief's responsibility, or rather the specialization of this chief that we had to go and look for, that maybe we couldn't offer. Why I'm asking this? You know, I'm starting to dislike this wall or pole in front of me. I'm not sure how much does a lecturer earn in terms of the market. Let me just assume Or can the DG assist just on the market? How much does a lecturer get just on a market, something that is public? I'm not speaking about a public person, one person, or just a public package.
Honorable Chair, I was just going to say the college lecturers and university lecturers don't normally earn the same. And if I were to make a guess, it would be based on college lecturers, not university lecturers. Unless there's a colleague who can just give an average. 400.
So you'll get a lecturer at VETS earning more. So the university age also counts into the frame.
Give me the minimum of all these different...
I think we can work on an average of between 400 and 450 per annum.
Chair, the university one here, it's a minimum of 800,000 for a lecturer, and a senior lecturer is 1,017,000, and for associate professor is 1.2, and for a full professor is 1.5. I'm talking about minimum.
Do you know why the South African governance or parliament took a decision to have that act in 2014, section 8, subsection 2A? I think from where I'm seated, at the back of their minds, acting DG, that's why they will give it a very long process for it to be filled by anyone else beside a South African. They will say, advertise the post. You don't have the right candidates, you re-advertise. You don't have the right candidate, you headhunt. Then now, because you have exhausted all the means that you were told to do, then it's only then you can go and look outside. They were thinking that this minimum of 800K given to Chair as a young unemployed graduate that has been funded by NSFAS. I was still all together. Funded by the grants of the country. It's your NSFAS, it's your SITAs that contribute a large number towards our education. Will be employed. Will they address the issue of unemployment? We have large groups of South Africans seated there being unemployed graduates, and they can't access the same privilege of being given naturalized or citizenships elsewhere. It's very difficult understanding the other country's laws. So they said you must exhaust. But do you know what we are discovering every day? And it makes us so sad, as if there is this norm or a feeling of undermining our unemployed graduates, of undermining our own children, and also of making sure of not redressing the problem that we are faced with as the country. Because if you are looking at all logics that can explain, all this employment, most of them took place, in fact, all of them, they took place when the act was already in place. Someone did not do anything about this. Instead, the agency was to look for some people And I really do assume that there were seniors of these countries of employment. Chair, I have heard the bell. There are 10 foreigners in the agriculture department. There are 9 in the mathematical sciences department. I just want to understand the ratio in that Department of Agriculture. How many of them occupying positions, senior positions that are South Africans? Before we had the citizens that were granted their citizenship. And how many in the mathematical science department? Also looking at the ratio of students in the agriculture one, can we look at how many are foreign kids given the opportunity to come study here, and how many are given the opportunity to study in the mathematical sciences? Because should we understand what is happening in those departments, then it will be much better for us to understand what is happening in agriculture and math science. Can we be given a ratio that differentiates, but there are 20 posts, 10 are foreigners, 10 are our people? Can I be given that ratio?
Who's responding? DVC, it's not your space. The ratio.
Chair, if you could allow us to include this in the report, what Honourable Member is asking for. It is information that will be sitting in HR in terms of those details. So with the recording that we have, we're going to be listing that, so the report that comes is inclusive of what the Honourable Member has made reference to.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. It's here as a follow-up.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Mhlambe ngizothi ngiyaphazamiseka kancane so ngizoqalisa because amagama siwaboni, but my sister that is at HR, you write from your computer there when the foreign nationals or foreign national brothers and sisters were hired, the day and date. So it would mean that you have some information that you have there, but you do not know if they were naturalized or not. I find it very odd that you might have that part of the information and not the other. And as Honorable Governor was saying, you know, some institutions think when we do our job, we do not know what we are doing. When you do that and submit it in writing, then we'll write to you, we'll write back and forth, and ultimately some other issues may not be addressed. So I would really be interested to know where you're reading from, or if you could perhaps in the meantime, since we're still here, whatever document you have there, you share it with our committee secretary so that we know what information you have whilst we wait for that report, because I really, really find it difficult to believe that you might have a portion of the information, but more of the critical information you don't have at your disposal. Just wanted to submit that, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair. The first question I would like to ask is what Okongo, that guy who was suspended, the process of bringing him back, if HR can assist, did he went through the disciplinary processes, and what on bringing him back, what happened? The guy who did the GBV, and then did the process of disciplining check that there were other students who have written an affidavit whom bringing him back, it poses a risk to them, or if I can get the response on that?
Thank you, Chair. He was suspended for over 60 days, and our policy clearly states that we cannot suspend any employee over 60 days. But as the university, we brought him back because we will not be in compliance with our policy, but there is something happening. I did brief the students in the morning, but they said, I'm briefing them because I'm already here. They want a proper briefing on this case.
So you can brief us as well to what's happening.
We have started with a disciplinary action against the staff member, and he was issued with a letter of intention to charge, and he's been given 5 days to respond.
Okay, so he's being charged again?
No, he was never charged. We were investigating the allegations.
Yeah, on the first suspension.
Yes, before he was suspended.
Yeah.
And he returned back to work on the 1st of July.
Okay, all right, but there is an unfolding process now.
Yes.
So now with that unfolding process, is he going to be suspended? Are you guys going to suspend him again?
No. We can't suspend him twice.
Your policy says that?
Yes.
He has disrupted your chain of thought. I saw. I was saying you can continue with her on this, but when you move to the next one, we also have a follow-up on this one. But I see this one disrupted you. I don't know why he called you, wanted to disrupt you. Continue.
Okay, I think as well, I think if you can keep us as well updated on that, because my concern is that the students have a problem that the fellow came back and they are meeting here on the street with the students, so they don't feel safe by him being returned back. So something somewhere on your policy, then there is something that is not right somewhere on when you are disciplining a person who's charged and is still roaming around the campuses with the people, the students who are affected by writing the affidavit. So there is something that is not correct probably on your policy. Are you agreeing with me on that?
I agree, Chair. And we will attend to the issues raised by the students.
Fixing the policy, what you going to do with that as well?
Look at other legal possible ways how we can deal with the situation right now.
Okay.
No, it's not okay, this one. Let's start afresh. So you're saying the person that you are now drafting the charges was suspended?
Yes, Chair.
For how long? Please stand up. Okay, that side is fine. For how long?
For 2 months.
From when to when?
I can't remember the exact date, but it was somewhere towards end of May.
Okay, so the students were not telling us the truth in the morning when they said that the person was suspended for 2 weeks.
No.
You are opening the...
I'm checking the suspension letter date.
Yeah. Whilst you do so, also open the policy that says that you can suspend somebody for 60 days pending, because there's a part that you are not including. I want you to open it so that we read it together. Because my understanding is that this labor relations issue is that you can't suspend a person for this 60 days without charging them. But if they've been charged, they can remain suspended for an extended period because now they are going through a DC. But you are saying something different, that they can come back even if they are charged, which I don't believe. If your policy says so, it's not, you can answer that. It's not.
When the staff member was suspended, it's on the day of the incident, on the 4th of May. The SRC came to my office and I had to take the Vice Chancellor out of the MENCO meeting, and we suspended the guy on that same day. Then the letter of suspension, then we started conducting the investigation. I think in the second...
So you got the letter of suspension on the 4th of May?
Yes.
Okay.
The investigation started, I think, around 16 May. We appointed forensic investigation because there were other issues that were raised as well. So we wanted to do everything together. And when the report was about to finish, we had a meeting with management, and it was agreed that now that the report is coming out the following, sometime in June, that we will need to uplift the suspension of the individual on the 1st of July.
And what were the reasons provided?
The disciplinary policy, I'm looking for it.
Yeah. We will wait for you on this one. Who else has access to this policy? No. We did say that.
I got it.
Yeah, we're not in a hurry today. Yeah, and Chair, I was informed earlier on when I was doing an interview outside that you had also invited us to dinner, so we're not in a hurry, we're waiting for dinner. Yeah, so. Yeah. Are you winning? Maybe it's also in the archives.
Come through, not with the policy though. Sandra, if you recall this case, the suspension was because of the gender-based violence act that happened in the classroom with students' full view, right? So when on the day that the lecturer did this, I suspended him on that day.
Yes.
We had to do investigation. When you do investigation, you had to have witnesses. And the person who was the victim in the process pulled out, which weakened our case. I don't want to, yeah, he's saying is the wife is. So when she pulled out, it weakened our case, and we were trying to get the information. But during the course of the investigation, when we were getting witnesses' testimonies, we got to dig deeper into other related matters of irregularities that were not necessarily GBV related. And now, because time ran out, and with the witness having pulled the carpet under our feet, we had to call him back. But now we instituting charges related to some of the findings that are now not related to the act of GBV. Sandra, am I putting this correctly?
Yes, VC.
So this is why I'm saying, I think we were, the explanation is, I didn't want to say it like this because it will seem like we're just going after him, you know, at all odds. But during the investigation, certain irregularities crop up. So we're following those ones now.
I really appreciate VC. Sandra, what does the policy say there?
An authorized line manager may recommend suspension of an employee on full pay not more than 60 days, pending the arrangements and completion of the disciplinary inquiry.
Sorry, Rich?
An authorized line manager may recommend suspension of an employee on full pay for not more than 60 days, pending the arrangement and completion of the disciplinary inquiry.
Yes, so what is your understanding of, what does it say?
It says that the university or the line manager can suspend an employee while pending the finalization of the disciplinary hearing.
Pending the finalization of the
completion
of what?
Of a disciplinary inquiry.
Okay. Read that line again.
An authorized line manager may recommend suspension of an employee on full pay for not more than 60 days, pending the arrangement and completion of a disciplinary inquiry.
And you read it to say that it's pending the finalization of the DC.
Yes, Chair, that's what the police is stating.
Okay. We don't have a legal person here from council.
We have our legal practitioner here.
No. Legal counsel. What is the understanding of this thing?
Thank you, Chair. My interest actually was to find out what is the definition of disciplinary inquiry as embodied in the policy, because that would confine how we are supposed to understand the use of that phrase. Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether we can be helped with that.
Okay. Where is your legal person there? Can the legal person help us? What does it mean, this thing?
Afternoon, Chair. It will mean you suspend while you're still busy with the investigation, the charges, and the actual disciplinary proceedings.
Then we have a problem here. Because that can be. So it means you'll not suspend anybody yourself. Because there is no investigation anywhere in the world. There is no investigation and the disciplinary that can happen VC within 60 days. So it means you are saying the writers of this policy did not apply their minds. Because the understanding there is that you have 60 days to charge this person. In fact, that's what, if your understanding as a legal person of an institution is like this, then I'm now interested to know how many people have been suspended in this institution. It means all of them VC. They came back before any DC could be finalized. And they are brought back to their positions where they are employed and possibly even create more problems for us. The correct, just that the labor relations people of the department are not here today. They normally attend when we deal with they are assigned to TVETs. Because they would go labor relations office or something. Labor, you don't have a labor relations officer. It's you. No.
Come on again.
No, our labor relations person in the department is not here today. Because I'm extremely worried. There's no other line that helps you understand the inquiry as the council members asking. Try and define what is a disciplinary inquiry. Yeah.
I think we're reading that line in isolation because we don't. It says in special circumstances when you feel like there will be intimidation of witnesses, tampering with evidence, and so forth. There are people who undergo disciplinary inquiry while they are still within the institution. So in this case, like they said, there was intimidation of witness. On this particular case, hence the fellow was placed on suspension.
No.
But now when the person says...
when did they find out that there was intimidation of witness?
On the day, because remember the incident was them intimidating somebody in the classroom. Hence this provision was triggered immediately on the spot.
So that is an offense?
Yes, but the offense was of intimidating somebody within university premises. So we couldn't allow that because the people work in the same institution. His presence became undesirable, hence the suspension.
Council member, you wanted to clarify something?
I think she has answered, Chair, but I also want to revert to what the VC had said. The complication of this case came about, remember, the charges were based on intimidation or either harassing his wife. And once the wife withdrew her case, it became complicated for the university to continue. And that is why the VC is saying, in the process of investigating, other evidence of certain issues came up. So we would have failed the principle of fairness and procedural fairness and justification if we had proceeded with the case without the main complainant. So we had to sit and say, what do we do? Return the guy and charge him afresh on different issues, and that is what has happened.
Yeah, I was avoiding going into the details. I was just talking to principle. But because you are responding to details, now I'm being provoked to also enter the specifics. The question from Honorable Ngubane was that the students allege that you suspended this guy, you brought him back. The answer was that there was a 60-day issue. Now, when the VC responds, she now tells us the details that are different from the 60-day. It's now the legitimacy of continuation with the charges when the main witnesses withdraw. Even that part, I do have my own problems with it, because if you had the whole class having witnessed this thing and they've not said they are not coming back, they are not running away from being witnesses, bringing the guy back, then you are exposing these potential witnesses who are these students to this person who can intimidate this particular person. So the explanation, you see, there's three versions. or 2 versions and a half. So it's the 60 days, which when we want answers on it, we are not getting the right answers. The VC says no. It's because we had lost the main witness. But because the terms of reference had included looking at things beyond the specific subject or event, there were other issues that were uncovered, and we are continuing with that particular or with the new set of charges. So for me, I've got a problem, but my main problem is not a case. I'm not necessarily interested in isolated cases. I'm interested in the principle. And the principle here is that your policy should be in line with the Labor Relations Act if it's about that. And the Labor Relations Act can say that if a person has not been, or the charges against somebody, the disciplinary cases against somebody, they've not been concluded in 60 days, they must go back to work. It's not there. Because what we are literally saying to us is that you will be so efficient that in 60 days, you will suspend somebody with immediate effect, like the VC said, on the 4th of May. And you will run procurement process so fast that you appoint a forensic or whoever, investigators, maybe on the same night, same day at night. You are very efficient. And we know that that is not there. Because you've got laws that governs procurement. And then those people need time. Well, before you go to even procurement, you must go to specifications. What is it that you are going to put on the advert? A week minimum. Advert, if it's on a speed dial, a week, 7 days. Appointment, briefing of the forensic company, and then giving them the list of the terms of reference. Then they then start the investigation. We're already in the 5th week. They get witnesses 7 weeks. By the time they have a draft report, it means the person will be back at work. If your understanding of this line is correct, legal, and I'm putting it to you, it can be correct. The correct, and I want to challenge you to go look at it. The correct interpretation is that if you have not charged them in 8 weeks, then that suspension becomes punitive. Then they must go back to work. Because it's your fault, you have not charged them. But if you have charged them within the stipulated 8 weeks, then they can remain suspended. Your ecologists are understanding here alone. I can tell you, it's going to cost us. Chair.
Chair, I think you are helping us here a great deal, especially as council, and also the policy that we have, and also how it can be implemented. And I want to just to check, maybe VC or Sandra can confirm whether within that 60 days were the charges given to the to the particular employee. If that was not done, maybe then that became the issue of Because we have not done that, then he needed to come back. But I think the issue that is raised by the Honourable Chair, we need to look at it in terms of the 60 days. How aligned is it with the Labour Relations Act? And whether there is a cause for us to review and look at and align it accordingly. Otherwise, it is a very, very serious situation where we find ourselves in, where now we have to confront with the situation of technicality and legalities. Now we have someone having to come back under the circumstance where we find ourselves in. But I think it's a matter that maybe, Registrar, if you are here, we need to look at the policy and see if there is a need to review so that we are all aligned.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Actually, the reason why we're asking the question was to go and address that. It means somebody in the institution did not do their they did not do their work on time, and they waited for 60 days to pass, which may cost the institution. So initially, before she answered the way they answered, I would have, that's where I was going, that we must then get to understand how did it get to this point where 60 days lapses without charges being given to somebody, when the policy that governs the charging of people on precautionary suspension tells you about the 60 days. So it then means in future, moving forward, because she also says, VC, she also says that there are labor relations, and I was asking labor if they don't have a labor relations. Now my worry is that it means she's close to the employees there. Now tomorrow, one of the employees will be charged, put on precautionary suspension, and I'm not questioning your ethical, I'm just saying sometimes it happens that if we don't tighten it, it means if I'm in charge and it's my friend who's been charged and I know they can come back to work if 60 days passes and I've not given him the charges, I'll create a situation where I don't charge them on time. And therefore, it's something that must be tightened. Because then we are going to have a culture of people of impunity, a culture of people who do as they please, because they know that there's a loophole somewhere. They can charge me, and if they don't finalize the charges by day 60, I'm going to going back to work, and in using your own words, that will be double jeopardy if you suspend the person again. So in law you can't do it. So they are going to rely on those laws. So we must tighten the policy that governs our institutions and everybody. And I would like to suggest this, that your HR team maybe get labor relations people from the labor court. Let's go through this policy that we have so that all of us are on the same page. I can tell you, the laws of this country says they supersede all other policies, all other constitutions. In the Republic, there's the principal constitution is that one of the Republic. And the constitution of the labor relations that governs this thing does not say the disciplinary hearing or disciplinary process should be concluded in 60 days. And if it's not, somebody must go to work. I can guarantee you, it talks about finalizing the charges in 60 days. And if in other institutions it's 90 days, because they understood that it takes time. I mean, you must go get an independent chairperson, for an example, to come and chair the disciplinary hearing. They must they must, probably go through the charges themselves and tell you, this one, I don't think it will stick. I've read the documents, and rather let's charge him with this. So they understood that there's a process that must happen before even the charges are done, not the completion of the disciplinary hearing. And that want to suggest that let's get an expert on labor law to help us understand as an institution. Because if HR does not understand this labor laws, we are going to be litigated on a daily basis, and we don't have money. Actually, I'm actually writing to all institutions of higher learning, acting DG, to get a sense of the last audited financial statement. How much have we spent on legal fees from cities, universities, sitters, against workers, students, against workers in these spaces? Because I have a feeling that we could be missing out on funding possibly about 10,000, 5,000 students more on the money that we are spending on legal fees. And we must close these small gaps to help the institution. You wanted to follow up on this one? Okay.
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe because you've addressed the different versions that have been given on this particular matter, especially the scope of the merits. Because I think when the Vice Chancellor was responding, had said something different, gave effect to the immediate suspension. And I think other colleagues would have mentioned something different as well. Part of those was that there was intimidation or the incident gave effect to the immediate suspension, and then the Vice Chancellor said that the sole witness or the victim pulled out as if there was a complaint that gave effect to the suspension. So I don't want to get into the different versions. I'm just interested on two aspects on this matter, Chair. One, if the division that is responsible does not have a legal person that before you can charge or before you can suspend or act on a matter, they advise them so that there can't be such a loophole, if we can call it a loophole, because it's extremely concerning, Chair, that I think as you've indicated, even though you didn't get into it, that when such matters affect a certain cohort, let me make an example of students. If a student leader were to be suspended, the charges are very fast and many, and they have a chair to preside over that particular matter very, very fast. And in most cases, students get expelled or student activists, and so do other workers. So I'm extremely concerned about this particular matter, if really in the report all those aspects can be covered. But I just want, Chair, to request what I requested earlier. The person responsible for HR, my sister that came here in 2015, to provide us that information, because students have told us that unless they lie to us, in fact, you can actually clarify if the particular employee in question is a foreign national or not. If they are they naturalized or not? And you see that information is going to be very critical, because if we have foreign nationals, whether now naturalized or not, performing gender-based violence in the full view of our students, and for our students to be comfortable to be taught by such people, then we're going to have serious issues. But of course, we have a lot of time. I'm still going to ask my questions. It's just a follow-up. If you can confirm if the particular lecturer concerned is not a foreign national, if they are, just to confirm that on this particular matter, Chair. Thank you very much.
He is a foreign national.
Yeah, we don't have
problematic people. The students told us that his name was Kanayo Onojua or something like that. What is his, how do you spell it?
Ogujuba.
Ogujuba, yeah. Professor Kanayo Kujuba. That is the name of the person who went in a classroom, in a lecture room in front of students and committed gender-based violence on a woman. And the verdicts are made because students said when they inquire, they are told that you guys in the leadership of the institution tell you to keep telling them that that is a domestic matter. They don't enter anywhere, which is not, because it happened in your institution. But also, and maybe I must address it now. It's the fight against gender-based violence requires all of us to win. All of us must work together if we're to win against the president that already called it what is it? Yeah, a crisis, a disaster. And in order for us to win, all of us must agree that let's work together and isolate perpetrators. Let's put them there in no man's land and let's finish them. That's the only way. Because, okay, women must also help us. Yesterday I made an example, was it yesterday? I made an example that some of us, we don't do lip service to this thing of gender-based violence. But in 2024, we adopted a case of this lady who was beaten to a pulp by the boyfriend. Beaten until she collapsed. She was woken up by a 12-year or 11-year-old daughter at the time, who was smart enough to call a friend of the lady. Then they took her to hospital. When she woke up, she was in hospital. When we first met her, you could not see the face. It was bad. She was beaten by this guy. And then opened cases, gave her support, psychologists, made these resources available for her. And we told her, we don't want to go all out and then the next thing you withdraw the case, and we're together. She said no. This was not the first time, but this was definitely almost the last time. Because you know, she fainted or she lost consciousness. We went to court first, second, I think the third time. The court was sitting on a Monday. It was on a Sunday when I received the call. Somebody told me that she is withdrawing from the case, from court. Reason being was when we went to ask at abazali, my family satibene, and siyalungisa njengomndeni. Very difficult because Chairperson, you will now be accused of entering people's things, firstly. But you know that this person has not been fixed. He might do it again, and the next time she might not be so like. So you're caught between a rock and a hard place on what to do. Whether you remain principled and say, I'm fighting this thing whether I'm accused of other things or not. Or you decide to say, let me not enter people's things and stay on the side. Very difficult. So we call upon women as a belief, because it makes, I mean, the state spends money that it does not have investigating this case that we have opened. They take resources that could have went and prevented a kidnapping of a child. They put these resources to helping you. And halfway through, you then drop the case. You know, I don't know, but we somewhere, or it's politically, it demoralizes us. It makes it extremely difficult. So that is the first portion of women must help us to win the battle against gender-based violence. But there are instances where, principal, students come out that this leadership of an institution is sexually harassing us. These females, they will come and say that to you guys. And you guys choose a side of the alleged perpetrator. You are also weakening the fight. Because majority of them are no longer going to have confidence in reporting. And it takes the whole world for these students to have the courage and report acts against lecturers. I'm just making an example of a student at a lecture. Or how bo dini bo ED, it's even worse. A deputy vice chancellor. It's for a student to come out and report against that particular person. It's almost impossible because of power dynamics in an institution. But when this young girl gathers enough courage to report, institutions don't act. They act on behalf of their colleagues. Last year it happened, we lost a young child, 19 years old, killed herself, committed suicide. 19 years. Family sent her to go to school. She must come back and change the economic situation at home. She's our only hope. She gets to university, some Popeye of SRC sexually harasses her. SRC, campus. This girl goes and reports. The institution does not do anything to this SRC because they are afraid that this SRC is more powerful than this girl. This girl is some quiet girl. No, let's leave her, she'll deal with it. Then she could not handle it. And then she says, I remember her mother doing an interview. One of the saddest moments I think I experienced last year. The mother says she wrote a suicide note. And on the note she says, this guy, every time we pass each other on campus, he would make comments, sly comments that, what was that? You know, what were you doing? Do you know who I am? You know, and then that affected her mentally. So these things, we must not take them lightly. Your employees, VC, even if you see somebody, if I see somebody stealing your phone, and you decide you are not going to complain, I have a moral responsibility to report that Dade Mahlalela is the one who took the VCs for. It's my responsibility. It does absolutely nothing to do with you wanting to report it. I have a responsibility to do so. And in this case, the whole class saw an injustice to a female. And the institution says that the victim withdrew. You suspended this guy without the victim's views. You did not know what he wants, what she wants, or what she's going to do. But you did the right thing. A VC, and I want to commend you, did the right thing there by acting immediately. But the excuse that we are now using later to say this person was withdrawing, that person was never there from the beginning. The case was never opened by this victim. Yes, if she was part of the process, it would have made your case easier. But it does not mean that if she's not there, there's no case. It means you're saying all those 120 students did not see this thing. They marched outside. They were telling us that they are afraid to go face this guy. What if because they've seen a monster in him. But we've never seen him like this before. What if I don't give him the right answer and he behaves the way he was behaving? That so we're afraid to go to class. And there's a young female student. So a decision to withdraw, even on the basis of gender-based violence, needs to be looked at differently. Because those kids, they came there, they gave us a memorandum, Chair. We said to you, with your counsel, you must consider responding to them next week Friday. Never left till Monday, but two working days. I had to remind them, but it's not possible. Even next week Friday, it will be a stretch, but give them a response. But they're correct. We are unable to face this guy in class. So might have people who might not help us there. Honorable Ngubane.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I think we've picked up that there is a policy weakness, number one. And I think, Chair, you've mentioned the critical thing as well. Most cases that are reported by females to police station after something happened at home and they go and withdraw them, those cases fall away. But here there were even witnesses, Chairperson, who came and witnessed and supported this. And it's an incident that happened at the institution, not at home. So I'm trying to emphasize as well that withdrawal of a case, you guys need to look at that. Because it's an incident that happens at the university. It's a domestic issue, but that went outside of the home to the institution. So that, according to me, you need to fix a policy. That case was not supposed to be withdrawn. So that's what I think. And it seems somewhere there is a huge weaknesses in HR. For example, the issue raised by the union of staff that have been appointed to permanent position without meeting minimum advertised requirement standards, as well as if you can explain that, how did that happen, and as well as the verification of your foreign nationals. They say foreign nationals have been irregularly appointed in support roles, sometimes without valid work permits. How do you check on your systems when you verifying people that you are employing? And it says here you were breaching both the university policy as well as the country policy immigration laws. on the third one, the complaint is that the internal staff were being overlooked repeatedly in the promotion or in favor of external candidates, especially the foreign candidates. So if you can clarify on those three issues raised, that how did these three issues occurred, and what system are you using to verify the qualification of these people, work permits and everything?
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the issue of contracts for 6 months. There is a trend of internal trend that the head of schools or divisions, they bring CVs to HR where they have already recommended someone. Maybe for a period of 3 months, it starts like that. So on a temporary basis, and then when they see that HR has not completed its recruitment processes, they then request for extension. Then it gets out of hand from that point. So it starts encroaching as a temporary on a 3-month basis, which is allowed by the policy. And then the maximum is 6 months, but then I think that is where then we lose it. Yeah, that part. So then they have more experience, then they keep on extending until the person is in the system. Then when we advertise positions, then they are able to apply, and they already have a home ground advantage. They apply and they meet the requirements, then they are appointed. So it starts slowly, but it ends up big, and the staff members are then incorporated in the system in that sense. It's something that we have observed. The issue of verification of new staff members, we use MIE to verify qualifications. So that's the system that we are using at this point. I don't know what the third question was. Verification of qualifications, we do them through MIE. So the process is, once we sit for shortlisting, after shortlisting, we undertake the role of doing all the verifications and referee checks. So those reports are then submitted to the appointment committees to either read and analyze them if the shortlisted candidates are suitable for interview. So that is the process that we undertake.
Yeah, I think VC, it looked like you don't have HR. Most of your problems are stemming from HR. When is the employee wellness program was done as well? Because the labor complains about mental health issues and a toxic work environment. Do you ever do the employee wellness program in the institution?
Honourable Member, let me just say we don't have that. What we have, HR colleagues correct me here, is we can refer colleagues to an external service provider. But what we must put on record is that we, in the process, thanks to a certain degree with the suspension of the substantive ED, HR, a lot of things have moved. We, including colleagues who are internally in industrial psychology to assist us in understanding the culture of the university through the surveys that are done, but also get to have a service provider that's going to do that, to ensure that we attend to the wellness, the mental wellness of our staff. So it's something that's on the cards. It's in progress, let me just say so, but we've started it. We have heard from HR submissions of getting on with that process through consultations with the committee. I think the HR colleagues may bear me out here in terms of the details, but it was submitted to the Executive Management Committee, wherein we got to look at the proposal and approve the proposal to get on track with having such a program.
Yeah. But Oksala, your principal, you have the weakness in your HR, so you need to fix that. Then the other thing to the CFO or the finance part, the investment I saw on your presentation. How much is the institution investing? I think you're getting, I think it's a reserve or something, money that you invested. How much are you investing and what's the return on that investment, maybe yearly or monthly? Because my concern is that students complain about the washing machine ratio and many things that doesn't add up, but you have money that you just investing somewhere and you return an investment on it. But there is a sea of need that needs to be attended to for students.
Yeah, thank you, honorable member. I think maybe for investments, I need to highlight how we operate as a university. The investments that we have, it's actually part of I will call it the investment strategy of the university and cash flow management. So what we do on a regular basis, we don't keep money in the short-term investment, what I call the current account, because we're using the current account to pay. So every time we have more money, we push it to our investments so that we earn investment income. So the strategy is that on a monthly basis, we do what we call a cash flow forecast to say how much are we paying. And then in terms of our arrangements with the the bank that is holding our investments, we are able to draw within 2 days. So basically on the 18th, 19th, 20th, we'll have the cash flow and then we'll pull from the investments to pay. So the reason why you see those investment income growing is our investment strategy. So that's how we do it. And it's not only done by UNP. To me, I'll call that that's good financial management, because if we sit more money on the current account, we are losing on the investment income. So we rather push money to the investment and only withdraw.
So you don't see a need to invest in your student with those washing machines that they say they don't have. You have the money, you are investing, you are withdrawing, you are putting everywhere. Don't you see the need to take that profit you've made to close the gap that is highlighted by a student?
No, thanks, honorable member. I do not want to link that to the washing machine, because they will be separate processes.
Well, washing machine is one. Washing machine is one. There's even a tutor. They said the lecturers aren't enough. There are no tutors, so it's many. So don't you see that investment needs to cover all those needs that is highlighted by students? Washing machine is one of them.
Yeah, to respond on honorable member, the money sitting in the investment does not mean that we cannot use to buy washing machines. I think the issue of washing machines, appointment of staff, the staff appointments, I think it was already been highlighted, is because we are not moving in terms of recruitment. And we're very slow there. So if we were moving there, the money is there. And I want to point out, everyone who's in the house will understand that when the money is sitting in the investment, which is available within 2 days,
it does not mean that that money cannot be used. That is the money that we are supposed to use to buy the washing machines, to actually hire staff. But if the processes to buy the washing machines have not moved, the money will not be spent. If the process to hire the staff has not happened, the money will not be spent. So if those processes happen, the money will be readily available to be spent.
So who's hogging the money? Who's hogging the money?
Yeah, maybe let's do this on Almugwa. Acting ED Finance. I'm assuming the ED of Finance is also on suspension. Same stories. That I think Labour and they spoke about. Okay. Acting ED, what you are saying to us, if we understand you correctly, is that the institution does have the resources to fix their immediate problems. But the problem is the processes that we have put, or the capacity of those who are supposed to do so. For an example, the process that you have to identifying a problem at rest might be that you have a system where, what do you call those people, the RAs, what is it now? Maybe residence assistants who must put information on a particular system. There's a university that was telling us they do that.
Even though they don't deal with issues.
Yeah. I think it was Fort Hare. Yeah. So you have somebody who can report if a stove in block 7 doesn't work. And then from this system, somebody must verify if the claim is true. And then that particular person will then take it to the rest manager or somewhere in the student services. And then after being approved by 4 people, it then gets to the operations division that then allocated to the right division, it might be infrastructure. So you are saying to us, maybe the problem is these systems that we have that makes it difficult for us to spend, but because you are a responsible finance person, you are saying, whilst you are still sorting out these problems, it will be irresponsible of me to keep the money in the current account. I would rather put it in the investment account so that whilst I'm waiting for you to fix your systems and your problems, now when you come to me, you bring an invoice or 3 quotes, whatever the case may be. Now I'll pay because I will only need 48 hours to have access. So once you give me this thing, I'll be able to pay. So is that what you're saying? That the reason you're putting money here, it's not because you don't want to spend it on what it's supposed to be spending on. It's either somebody somewhere is not doing their job by reporting these broken things, microwaves, washing machines, stoves, and what, or the system that it takes to get this thing to be approved finally takes long itself. So the problem is the cumbersome system or the people in that thing. But the problem is definitely not putting the money into the investment account because you are putting it there to generate instead of putting it in a current account. Are we hearing you correctly?
Yes, Honorable Chair. Without throwing my colleagues under the bus.
No, you already did that part. that part.
He's already done it.
No, that part was done long time ago.
Yeah. He's already done it.
We are now on the fixing on the problem. I want to identify what the problem is. The colleagues, the VC, even the VC had you that in Malikono should kube nomuntu ochajwayo ungenza umsebenzi leyo seqediwe.
He even said there is a problem at HR. They don't advertise. He said that. He said there is a problem at HR. They don't advertise to fill in the post, but imali khona. Yes. And he went on to say there is a problem of people who are supposed to buy a washing machine. Imali khona. That's what he said. Yeah.
No, we have agreed. Yeah, we heard you. The problem now rests with VC. I'm worried if you charge people, they might be back again within 60 days. So yeah, we might need to start with the labor relation issues first. Honorable Sazana has got a clarity.
Thanks, Chair and Honorable Ngubane, for according me your time in your time. Yeah, we may new work together, Chair. So my concern, Chair, on this matter, and I think it's good that you are allowing us to have follow-ups. At some point, Chair of Council, me and my chair here were in the University of Fort Hare. We were just a two-man show. It was a similar meeting, but it was just me and him. Our meeting there ended at 10 night, and there was no issues of that we started at 1. We started at 9, Chair. So we do have the what to call the stamina to deal with issues. But at least the chair is allowing us to have follow-up so that we don't go back on these issues. So on this one, DVC planning, I know the last time we heard your voice was in the past. So you're going to get an opportunity, maybe even now. So these issues, Chair of Council and Vice Chancellor, these issues in residencies that Honorable Ngubane is raising, I'm certain that the SRC, when they got into office last year, the issues were there and they would have been reported. Now, my issue with how the matter is being dealt with, it's as if the management just got to be aware of the issue yesterday or whenever, last week when the Vice Chancellor signed to buy the machines. And it's not just an issue of the machines, by the way. The services that must be rendered for students in accommodations must be equivalent to the monies that are paid in these accommodations. If there's no washing, it's not just a washing machine, there are issues of stoves. Literally, you can't cook to eat. So you must eat at a particular time because you can't cook. Now I can see we're focusing on machines as if that's the only issue there. There's no stoves in these residences. It's an issue. There are no fridges where you can store your food. And few that are working. It's an issue. It's not a new matter. Let us not treat it as if it's a new matter altogether. Let us get a report that says when the SRC DVC of planning that planned, people in planning, that planned for this academic year, let us get a report that says when the issues were reported last year by the incumbent SRC or the previous SRC, what happened such that we find ourselves now ventilating on operational small issues that can be easily dealt with, as the acting as ED Finance is saying, very easily because imali khona. We want to get a report that actually is sensitive of the actual issue, so that when I get my time, I have maybe 100 questions here. When I get my time, I don't go back on this particular issue. Maybe if we can just get the mic to the TVC people and planning and Dean of Students, because Dean of Students is directly responsible for this matter.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. If I can take you back a little bit, when this institution was...
With all due respect, you see, like I said, we have the stamina, and I don't want a dialogue. It's not even my time as yet. My questions were very precise. So if you want to take me back to qualify the injustice that is happening to students in the residences, that I came, by the way, on an unannounced oversight visit in this university last year. I saw what we saw there today. In that particular block, by the way, the blocks that we went to, where there was a kitchen feeding over 200 students with less than 4 stoves, actually 3 stoves working out of 6. The plates that are working out of those 3 stoves are at least half, which if you went inside, I think the dean of students cannot be aware of this issue. So can you deal with the gist, the actual matter, not try, not, but you want to take me back, just speak to the matter. I'll come back in my time, then you can take me back.
Okay. I think when you went around, you could have seen that there is a move in terms of bringing the stoves. But our residences were not built to cater for stoves. Only one residence, which is building 13, that was built to cater for stoves. That is why they had to build a kitchen to cater only for those students who were self-funded. What I came in and told that, it was told that this is a catered university. That is why there's dining hall with 700 seaters. There's another one with 250 seaters. Because the vision was to encourage students to go to the dining hall and eat healthy food, not to cook for themselves. So we are moving from the buildings, how many? 6 buildings that are not built to put up stoves. That is why we have a separate kitchen now that is being expanded. We're going to have, I think, about 32 stoves now that are built there. I'm keeping on being told, I'm not a builder, I'm being told that you can't put stoves in building 7. It's even worse to the residences that were there before we came as UMP, which is the agricultural ones. They don't have anything. So that is the story. But we bought fridges last year for here and for Siyabuso, because what we do here, we have to do it in Siyabuso. We bought microwaves 2023, 2024. And 2024, we also bought microwaves for Siyabuso. So now it was the time for washing machine. But already the microwaves we bought here, the students are broken. You know, they are broken because we also need to be cognizant that our students are coming from, they can put a foil in a microwave and it bursts. So it's a number of issues. So I don't know, I can just stop there for now.
Okay, ma'am. Let's do this. Why are you not doing the catered thing? The rest were built for catered rest.
They were built for students to eat in the dining hall.
Why are you not implementing that?
The catered?
Yes.
Oh, all right. When NSFAS came in and was able to give the students money, the students are choosing. It's their choice. They are choosing to take money, not to, to be fed here.
And did you then have these conversations with the SRCs to indicate to them that these 6 blocks or whatever are for catered dress? And if you decide or if you choose to take the money, there will be challenges in us giving you certain services, because block A, B, C, or block 6, 5, 7 can't have stoves because they're built in a way that they can't have stoves. So have you guys had this? Look, we are not the only one who has catered dresses. There are catered dresses everywhere. Yeah, including your city, Nelson Mandela, they do have catered dresses. But because of the engagement between management and student leaders, they agree that those who stay in this rest, when you sign at the beginning of the year, you say, I'm going to stay in a catered dress. What we are doing is not strange, having catered residences. It also helps those of us who can't cook, those who study very difficult courses, who don't have time to go and spend 2 hours in the kitchen. You know that when you get to rest, you must get to rest between 7 and 10 to get your meal, and then you can go back to study. So it is allowed. And especially for those who, are not independent, or those that grew up in an environment where cooking was, they did not have to cook all the time. But the gap here is the communication between yourselves and students in having this concession that here, Leiponela, Block 7 is built this way. There's no, it's supposed to be catered. So students who are going to stay in Block 7, it's non-negotiable. It must be those that are going to, there are NSFA, more than 5,000 NSFA students at UCT. NSFA students, they stay in catered dresses. So it's nothing fancy, but it's nothing difficult. It's you having a conversation that, because here I can't have a fridge, I don't have space for a fridge, I don't have space for a working stove. Anybody who comes in 2027 here is going to be in catered residence, and students will choose whether they want to stay in catered dresses or they don't stay in catered dresses. Because the problem we're creating, I think maybe sometimes you're also too democratic. And I always fight for students, but we must be realistic. If there's no space for us to put stoves, there's no space, because this thing was designed differently. And it's up to you to say to students, this is a catered dress. All of those who are going to stay in this dress in 2027 are going to be catered for by the institution. And those of you who has other pressing matters that requires this money of NSFAS, you can only stay in Block 6 and Block what. And then you also indicate in your discussions with the SRC that there will be obviously serious competition for those spaces because they are not enough. But your problem is the discussions with the relevant stakeholders are not happening the way they should.
Chair, I think people at MENCO before me, they would attest that each and every SRC that comes in, this is preached. And even for the university to build that small kitchen at the first, it was at the the SRC then, you know, pleaded with management to build at least smaller kitchen for self-funded students. Kitchen that were built now are for, they said, for self-funded students. And we have had students who use the catered, but very, very few. I don't think this year we have. Last year we had about 2, because they want to feel the money.
SRC.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I feel like you have covered what I wanted to say, because I wanted to talk on the fact that they're saying we have a catered working. We have the tuck shop, yes, of which is expensive. So this small is 3 rands. We are NSFAS students. We cannot afford that. They're expensive for us. A plate at the dining hall is 48 rands. A plate. 48 rands times 30, it's 1,450. I get paid 1.750. I have to buy clothes on that money. So I cannot afford to buy a plate at the cafeteria, right? And then, Sham, honestly speaking, it's my first time hearing that the kitchen is for self-funded students. I don't know about that. Since I came to the institution, I don't know about that. So I don't want to talk on things that I do not know. So, as we've said, build the old res building 7, building 1. We all use that kitchen that we showed you. We made sure that you see that kitchen, because we've been trying to address these issues, and we are not getting any assistance. In case the previous SRCs, they've addressed it. I feel like the previous SRC could have told us maybe, well, this is not your kitchen, it's for self-funded students. So why are we supposed to cook? And we don't know that we have to choose the fact that I want my NSFAS to cater for me, the institution must cater for me, or I choose to cater for myself. Even if I chose to cater for myself, where will I cook? Because the kitchen is very small. Thank you.
Yeah. So the conversations are not happening the way they should. So the catered dresses, they don't include the cafeteria. The catered dresses, what normally happens is that the institution, when NSFAS, if you stay in a catered dress, NSFAS puts your allowances to the institution, and the institution will give you a portion of that money for your personal care and this and that. But the institution with that money cooks for everybody in that catered dress with the money of NSFAS. So if you decide to go to the cafeteria, that will be on your spare change to go buy the 3 rand leguinyana. That will be outside of the catered dresses. So the institution VC, and I think you might need to have a student in Bizo so that you bring all students into that beautiful building we saw, the Great Hall. Is the Great Hall, the new one? Yeah. It does not have a name. Must give it a name. You know, because we're in Mpumalanga, you might give it Solomon Mahlangu, Great Hall, something, but give it a name. It's big, it has 1,200 capacity. You bring students there, you brief them about this issue, Dean, that the issue of stoves, was from what I'm hearing, you can never have enough stoves there. Or even if you can jump from here to Gauteng, you'll not have enough stoves. Because the designs of the buildings are not designed for self-catering. The kitchen that you have there was created because people pleaded for self-funding students to have something.
But as time went, you then had more people using that thing, and you are now building a second one, the one downstairs, to try and cover capacity. But you will not have enough stoves there for 800 and something students. Because even if it's 30 plus that's 636, it will not, the ratio will not, the students in 5 years from now, they'll still cry about it. Now, how do you resolve this thing? You communicate, Dean. You enforce. You know, when you don't enforce rules, where I come from, by which I'm making cards. So everybody does as they please. So if you say, these two, block 7 and block 6, I don't know the blocks there, but at least the President showed us block 7 and USG. Block 7 and block 5, for an example, there's a circular that goes out. And says block 7 and block 5, there's 300, in 2027, there's 300 beds will be fully for catered students, catered NSFAS students. Even in January, they can strike. We'll come and address them because those are the rules. You don't, because you have a right to strike, it doesn't mean you can strike even for a wrong thing. Doesn't work like that. But you must have consultations, secular released on time. Everybody knows that in 2027, these 2 blocks are self-catered. I'm striking, I want my money. It's very simple, that one. It means we take over the rest of campus. But anybody who stays there on these 2, they know. Then you release the burden on the 36 stoves or so. That, you know, then you release the burden on that, because now the frequent usages of these stoves will be less and the lifespan will be long. So those who are using these stoves will have access to working stoves for a longer time. Then your plans, what do you call this thing? The maintenance plans will then kick in to say, normally a stove that is being used correctly will take 6 months for us to save it. And every 6 months you plan. When the semester ends, these electrical people come to change the, those things and all of that. But at the rate that you are going, you won't solve the problem. Because you can't please people. You must adhere to your laws, your legislations, your statutes. So those are the things that must guide you. To say, students, I'm going to meet with you. In any case, you are going to. They are going to elections next month. You wait for them to finish with the elections because I don't want you to disturb them. Towards the elections. After that, you start the imbizo. This is what is going to happen in 2027. This is how we're going to implement. This will be a phased-in approach. We're going to phase in this thing in 4 years. It becomes a plan that each and every, or at least majority of students here that comes here, they know that this is what happens. Because if you don't enforce your laws, you will have a big problem of squatting. Because your laws will say, no, don't squat. I mean, I always tell people, when I went to varsity first time, I struggled to get a rest. So I was squatting somewhere. It was very difficult. The laws were saying, don't do it. So I would go there very late. But because I was respecting the laws there, Ramona, I'm breaking it, but at least I'm not breaking it rough. Okay, over fella, you know, for safety reasons. But if nobody respects them, you'll get 4 people staying in a 1 bedroom. What then happens? The maintenance of the place. It means the stoves that were meant for 12 rooms, 12 people, they are now catering for 48 people. They're not going to last. The washing machines that we're crying about now, they're not going to last. Because instead of them having or catering for 150 students, they're catering for 700. Because there's a culture now of not following the laws. We must enforce the principles that institutions must have laws. And that must apply to yourselves as management, as council, senior management, workers, students, everybody. Must know more. We've got laws, and they must be followed. Because the way, the way this matter, we're approaching it, it won't resolve the problem. They can build, I don't know why they will build another kitchens there. I did not see space. It won't solve. But that doesn't mean that what the acting ED Finance said falls away about maintenance of, like earlier on I made a suggestion about maybe look at hiring people who will full-time do laundry. You'll see the lifespan of these laundries themselves, because they're now operated by only 2 shifts. And these students, they know that you can drop your things there maybe from 6 a.m. until 11 p.m. and collect during that time. You'll see the lifespan will improve. The area there will be very clean. The machines will last long, because now they're handled with care by somebody, or only 3 or 4 people who will be working in those stations. So the leadership aspect of running this thing still needs to come through, but the principle is let's adhere. I'm sure that these students, we spoke to them outside. They are not unreasonable. If you sit down with them, students, and we were students ourselves. Msazana was very naughty, but he would understand when leadership speaks to him. Even when he was almost expelled for being naughty, we had to go speak to the Vice Chancellor, please, this thing might be a bit harsh. And then when we spoke to him, he listened. So students might be difficult, or might seem difficult, but they're not unreasonable. But if issues that they're raising are not listened to, Chair of Council, you are going to get them refusing everything and anything that you bring, because your relationship with them is is a hostile one. So let's fix the small things that we can turn, and you'll see things will fall into place.
So, Chair, maybe before you've covered the greater aspect of it and a way forward, which I agree with, on your time, Honorable Ngubane, I just want to address the attitude, because the question I had raised to yourself, to those students, was not responded to. And the attitude is what the Chair is addressing at the last part of his advice. It cannot be that you're not providing solutions and you are almost very casual in how you respond to the matter. The fact of the matter is that it's not a new matter, is what I'm raising with you. I'm putting it to you that I saw with my own eyes last year that was a matter. And even last year, I'm glad you are even saying you are guessing that maybe only 2 students were catered for last year, if any. So it means you've left students, you've neglected students in conditions where you have not provided solutions to their dear, let me just say bad conditions rather. You have not provided solutions till to date. That That is my problem with how you're responding, Dean of Students, because the conditions remain. So I would really want you to take accountability, and whomsoever is supposed to take accountability on the matter, because this tendency of not taking accountability is something that we're not going to allow. I would repeat, the students pay money there, and the services they get must be equivalent to that money. How you do it is entirely up to you and your policies. In fact, Chair, I would even suggest, from the suggestions you've made, that even in as far as microwaves are concerned, you can, as a Department of Housing, or I'm not sure what your division is called, put a clause that says we will not replace a microwave in 2 years if you break it, for making an example. But you make your own rules. But to say we bought them in 2023, therefore they are broken, is not our problem. But you have not put in measures to ensure that students know that they are accountable to the material or facilities that you bring to them. Is you and not doing your job. But you can't then say we neglect students, but we'll keep taking money from NSFAS. That is my problem. Thank you, Honorable Ngobane, with your time.
The other part that you're raising, this issue of stakeholder engagement as well, it shows that it lacks. When you said he must bring the students somewhere and speak to them. Vice Chancellor, do you have a place where monthly or weekly where you guys meet with the student present, council meeting or something, are the student participating and labor participating in those meetings that you guys sit? Because that's where the platform to get these issues that are raised by students and to get these issues that are raised by staff. Because if you don't include them on your meeting, you will never know all these things that they are talking about. It's one of those things where some other people have gotten used to this pilot management, which sometimes makes one be not in touch with the reality. You're far high up there, and then there are things happening at the lowest level, but because the stakeholder in your council meeting doesn't sit with you, so that they know where are blockages, what is the council struggling with, where our problems are, and you even know what are they dealing with as well. Do you have a structure where all of you guys sit together monthly to ventilate issues?
Chair, it's not all of the university stakeholders, but we do have quarterly meetings with the SRC and labor unions a piece. So it until and how. But I do get you that probably we need to have a different strategy with what we're doing. So efforts, yes, they exist. Possible they may have to be much more smarter and much more not frequent, but possible useful to draw some of the things that are being discussed here. That some of them, actually, to be honest with you, I'm hearing them for the first time. I didn't know that these were the parameters of our residencies.
Yeah, and the cause is that one, that of saying that frequent meetings, all stakeholders are present. And then the next question on that, where they say the council failed to implement 2 forensic reports on the governance failure. What's the status with that? Why those 2 forensic reports hasn't been implemented? Where are they, and what's happening?
Maybe I can come in here, Honorable Chair. Especially the last report, because these 2 reports, they talk to each other. In fact, the last one has gone into details, but coming from issues that were raised on the first report. And the issues are being acted on, as we have said. Council has made a clear decision on the matter as Council was engaging with management to say our policies are clear. Where there has been violation of policies, non-compliance, and all the issues that have been identified, findings that are clear, consequence management has to kick in. And the Vice Chancellor and the management, they are already dealing with that. So there are certain areas where, for instance, a policy that is outdated, identified, that needed to be reviewed, and we are acting on all of those issues that came from what the auditors have identified. So you'll find, for instance, is a governance issue, maybe oversight there and there, or issues of policy that needed to be reviewed or updated. We are working on those. As we have indicated also in our presentation, that there are certain policies that are being updated. So we are acting on those reports, Honorable Chair.
At what percentage probably the implementation has been done? Let's say there were 10 issues raised by this report. How many, if we can sample to say out of 10, 8 have been implemented? Because the perception is that there has been a delay in implementing, in willingness in implementing the output of that report. Out of, let's say, 10, how many issues have been implemented?
I think here it's VC. Can we, maybe you could also, because the report identified certain areas that will fall within the area of let's say, council insofar as policy issues where we needed to review, and we are acting on those. Where, for instance, there are issues that are operational, that requires management to act on them, is largely the issues are HR related issues, and management is actually dealing with those. Yeah, so I'm not sure, Honorable Chair, whether I could say in terms of percentage, but I know that we have taken those reports seriously, and we are acting on those recommendations that are there in those reports. I don't know if you see whether you may want to come in terms of some of the issues that are more operational that came from the report.
Yes, Chair. As you've just said, Honourable Member, largely HR matters, and we have grouped them into policies, and with the policies, because the custodian of policies is the registrar, we have had workshops with management and extended management in terms of how to go about, should I say, cleaning up policies and linking them to the delegation of authority. So we have done that. We have had accountability, the great number of it lying on colleagues that are responsible. So we're working on those matters. So it is, let me just say, we are working on them. And if you look at the recommendations, there were also not recommendations that I can say were specific, and of course you don't expect a recommendation of an investigation report to be there. We've had to draw action items out of them that we are dealing with. And hence you learn of consequence management that's happening, but also learning of the systems that we're getting into in terms of the report, in terms of setting up committees that are looking at policy review. And we've also looked at, as management, at just as late as possible, about 3 weeks ago or so, looking at decentralizing budgets, because some of the challenges that we have had as a university is because of too much of the centralization of the budget, which, although they're not necessarily HR, but we've had to source out from the recommendations what actions we've had to do. So we're not certainly sitting on a laurels about this.
Okay, I think labor, is that your understanding that things are moving on that report? Because according to your presentation, the no movement. Is that the movement that is happening?
No, as it was earlier stated, Chairperson, is the break in the communication, because once the line of communication are clear, was majority of these issues that have been raised, we are the initiators of them. We are the complainant that we've requested that they do that so that they can have conclusive evidence that indeed what we are alleging is true. But the pace in which this is being resolved, it's very slow and it's frustrating. That is why our presentation is drafted in the manner in which it does. If that pace can be accelerated, it makes our work a bit easier than it should be.
Okay, all right. Deputy Chair, I think I'm fine, yeah. Thank you very much.
No, so I'm still waiting for my coffee and the chair's coffee. So I haven't started my time. I have many questions. Now, what might save management from me and chair now is the fact that I'm told dinner was organized to be around 6:30, and we are very sensitive to the fact that some, if not all of the workers that work in your hotel might be taking public transport. So as a result, we might need to reserve many of our questions. So I'll just try to move very fast, but also hope that the responses will be very precise. So I'm just going to deal with them. I hope, Dean of Students, you did note my comments. And I hope that Vice Chancellor, you also noted those comments, because I'd want a certain level of accountability to take place. I don't take lightly that the biggest stakeholder, which are the students, are subjected to treatment and being neglected by people that are entrusted to deal with them. So I don't take that lightly. And just so happens, likely, Chair of Council, that where I studied, where the chair is saying I was naughty, I was fortunate enough to have served as a housecom chairperson, a RA, which is a resident assistance, 2 terms. Before, at some point when I was doing my honors, when I was suspended, came back to be voted by a majority of the students of UKZN, 44,000 plus, to be the Secretary General of that university. So I would have served in council, in ESCO of council, in FinCom, and all these other committees there that are very strategic, including Senate. So some of us are very passionate and understand the institutions, as it were. But I'll try to be very precise. I have an issue with the clinic matter. I did not get the response on how it was resolved. If Dean of Students, I know it's still your division, if you could just advise. I won't ask how is it possible that it's happening. I would want to know what is the way forward in terms of that. No, we've just finished in Kubana's time.
We have just shortlisted for the additional nurse here at Mbombela campus.
SRC, did your president abscond as well, our meeting? Did he escape? Because
No, actually he had some issues that
he didn't report, so it was fine.
Yeah.
Can you tell us? The president said that there were short listings, and you've been told many times that there's short listings. People are being hired for the clinic.
It's true, because the last time we asked, they were saying they were conducting interviews.
When was that? Do you know, or can you estimate?
Because we started singing about this issue early March, immediately after registration.
How far is the process, Dean of Students?
We are waiting to be called by HR for interviews.
Interviews haven't happened yet.
Interviews have not happened yet.
HR, again. We don't have HR. Don't answer. Vice Chancellor, can we please get a report on this very, very crucial matter? Our students get sick almost every day. Like I've indicated that we were exposed to these things, so we know it. So can we get a report when you write to us? I think our secretary will include that in what we'll require to get an update on. I think I don't need to mention again that I did come here on unannounced oversight, Chair of Council last year. I will be following up on these issues. I will come. It so happens that I have extended relatives in Bombela. So I do now and again frequently pop up, so I will come to follow up.
Sharp, that's a follow-up. Honorable Guban, please finish your time.
No, I'm fine.
Thank you very much. Then let's start yours. Because now you are telling us about extended family and relatives.
Yeah. There was allegations that were made by the SRC, or actually the activists, that gave us the memorandum that there was a recent suicide that took place. And they asserted that it was as a result of frustrations or of other related issues that they had enlisted in the memorandum. Dean of Students, please, could you confirm this to be true or not true? Agere Dean of Students is similar to ET Student Services, as I best believe it, so you would have this information.
Yes, it's true. There's a student who has committed suicide off campus.
A student of UMP?
Of UMP.
Who was staying at NSFAS accredited residence?
Yes.
Recently?
No, he started in 20...
No, I mean, the incident took place recently, the unfortunate incident.
Yes, the funeral is this next weekend.
Or may his soul or her soul rest in peace. So you haven't established the issues around it. It's still a sensitive matter. You're going to look into it.
Yeah, the police are still looking.
Okay. Okay, I would have addressed the issue of the expensive cafeteria, or it would have been ventilated. NSFAS, the issue of NSFAS loans, SRC asserted that, well, my only issue on certain reports that are given that don't have specifics is that I can't really say, because he just said that there were approved students that never got the money, but they were approved students of the NSFAS loan. Can you confirm if there's such, when they were approved, and what is the issue?
Okay, thanks, Honorable Mseza. With regards to loan funding for 2026, indeed we've sent the list, we've shared the list with all institutions of all students that are eligible for loan for 2026. However, the delay, Chair, is that we had a back and forth between ourselves, NSFAS, DHEAD and Ministry in terms of the policy, but the policy was then sent back to NSFAS. So we are now trying to align the policy with the loan agreement form so that we can be able to share that. But immediately after we have accepted the memorandum, I contacted the colleagues in Cape Town to find out how far they are with the loan agreement forms and the other documents that we need. So we're told that they are prioritizing that. Latest should be next week on Friday, where they will be able to distribute the loan agreement forms. So that's where we are, Chair. Thanks.
No, thanks. I think you are lucky because we are meeting yourselves next week, so we would really require an update on that, and we're hopeful that what you are saying is what is going to happen. The TVC, not TVC, man, Dean of Students. There's allegations that a security personnel sexually harassed a student. I think if it was not the SRC that said that, it would be the activists that met us outside. Are you aware of this? Was it, maybe before you, SRC, was this matter reported?
Thanks, Chair. I think the President reported this matter to our security team or housing. I'm not sure, but I'll ask him.
No, then the Dean of Students will know it. Dean?
I'm not aware of it, Chair.
Okay. Yeah, but But if Dean of Students, if this case was reported and you're not aware of it, then I think we'll have more issues, because I will be writing or will request in writing that we find out if it was reported and you not aware of it as the Dean of Students. So yeah, I think we'll deal with that at that. I think on the issues that have been ventilated by the SRC, well, I did have one issue that I had included on this matter. The one of library, TVC academic. I haven't heard your voice until, or since that time when I was speaking to you about my academic issues. The issue of the library is a very concerning matter to me. Could you comment? Why is the limitations to the use of the library? Why is that the case? Why does the library not open 24/7? TVC academic. Oh no, any TVC that knows then.
Honourable Member, thank you for the question. The library resorts under research, innovation and internationalization. This matter has been raised 2 or 3 times every year, and every time there's feedback to the SRC on the matter. The latest one was in May by 2 separate SRC members. And we provide every year an update on the analysis on the use of library after hours, and especially after 8 in the evening. And the numbers of the usage is so low that it is not operationally sound to keep the library open for 24 hours. It's also based on access to e-resources, other computer labs that are available to work in that are open 24 hours because of student access cards that they have. So it's not literally just about the library being open 24 hours. There is enough access to resources, and the numbers of 20 students past 10 o'clock in the evening is too low for operational reality.
Yeah, so TVC research, yeah. So when the SRC that represents students, or students themselves, because we met students, activists that gave us a memorandum, say they want access to a library, it is not then up to you to say, those that you've seen show up don't satisfy you to open the library. Maybe if your argument was to say hiring a person to work there at night is a challenge in terms of budget, it's a different topic altogether, which we can still argue, or students can still argue and say, but we need that library open. I think it's becoming useful that I mentioned that I was a student at some point. I know that there are institutions that open the library until 12 at night, others until 2 a.m., and postgrad libraries and your lens 24/7, as you are rightfully putting it. But it should be a topic that considers what the voice of the students is saying to be what the students are saying than what you are saying as management. So I would want you to consider finding each other with the SRC in as far as that is concerned, because it's a call for students to say we want to do better and we want access to the learning facilities. I'm moving very fast now, Chair, because you are indicating that our stamina has run out. Are you not? Okay. Oh, okay. So I won't go back to the issues that would have been already ventilated. Oh yeah, so so when we were doing our walkabout, I noticed that we had access to an ambulance, and I, with experience, do know that this thing of ambulance services becomes a challenge in our universities in particular, where the turnaround time of assisting students in particular, when there's a need for an ambulance, it takes forever to arrive. So I wanted to maybe find out was that particular service of that ambulance service just for today on an ad hoc basis, or is it contracted with the university? If so, is it then accessible to students whenever they need it, 24 hours? If not, I'm noting you, President, unless you want to answer for management, or you want to answer your portion. Yeah, if not, or if they are, what is the turnaround time? Because there would be a contracted service provider if they are dean of students first. Then I'll give President, because it's Student Services Division. But if it's not in your ambit, please do tell me who can respond, Vice Chancellor. Then maybe you can start, President. Then the Vice Chancellor would advise who can respond.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. With that one of ambulance, you are prophesying. You are speaking things which we raised with the management. We even made instances that there was a year whereby a student collapsed and died just there by the library. We told them that at some point, students, they tell us that when there is an emergency, they try to call service providers to bring ambulances. At some point, you may find that there is no available ambulance. Then we raised it that, no, let's have an ambulance standby within the university, so that whenever there is an emergency, students would get assistance. We were told that healthcare is not their major service. It's just a wing. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Do you remember who said that? Was it in writing or it was verbal?
I don't really remember, but it was a meeting between MANCO, Management Committee, and the Student Representative Council.
All right, thanks, President. Dean of Students. Was it during your tenure, President, or it was you were the incumbent SRC? On record, President.
It was our first meeting with the management committee.
So there'll be minutes to that
Yes.
effect. Can we please be provided with minutes, Vice Chancellor? I think we would want to see that you don't provide the healthcare, or it's not your priority, the healthcare of your students.
Deputy Chair, I will check, but I must say that possibly I must ascribe this to my senior moments. I don't remember that.
Maybe it's the wording. You know, our English, we
So,
might.
but we will check. You know, as the president of the SRC was saying, it my tummy actually rolled because students matter, and to me. So we will need to check. The very first meeting when the SRC that's now in office had that meeting, we need to check that.
Okay.
Okay. You still want me to come in?
Yes, Dean of Students.
No. Honorable Susan wants you to
Thank
answer.
you.
So you can answer.
All right. There is an ambulance that comes when it's called. It doesn't linger around here. It takes less than 30 minutes, 20 minutes maybe to come. And it's the clinic that calls it, but after hours, even the house wardens, they are able to call it to come pick up students.
So
and it's from the clinic side, the university pays for it.
So they are contracted with the university?
Yes, I would say
No,
that,
if you don't
even
know.
though I haven't seen the contract.
Yeah, if you don't say yes. This is a meeting of Parliament, Dean of Students. We might be here at UMP, but it's a meeting of Parliament. You can't say yes, but you have not seen a contract. Maybe TVC Finance, could you confirm if that is a contracted acting TVC Finance?
Yeah, my apologies. I'm actually the acting executive director. I don't recall well. I don't want to
to answer something that I don't recall in terms of the contract. I think we will need to check. I know in the past we used to have a contract. I don't know whether we have now.
Yeah, so the reason why I'm asking is very deliberate. The services of ambulances are very, very expensive. And if they do not deliver the services, then it becomes a problem. So that's why I would want to know. If they are contracted, if they are not, it means you pay on a case by case, which I highly doubt that you are doing that. Does anyone know if you have an ambulance services that is contracted with the university? Vice Chancellor, maybe you could just direct the person that might know.
Can I direct it to Mr. Flame, the ED operations, if he has a better institutional memory than I?
And is not acting. Then you should know, ED.
No. Honorable Member, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. I can't speak to the contracted, but I can speak to the fact that they are here today because we have an event. And in terms of occupational health and safety, just like we've got a safety officer here, we have an ambulance here as well. But it's on a ad hoc basis, not on a contractual basis.
Yeah, so you're responding to the part I did not ask. I just said I observed that is here today. The dean said they do come. They are called by the clinic. So you are the ED operations. You cannot know.
What I'm responding to is why they're here today.
No, I did not ask that. They must be here today. It's babies and but they have to be here anyway today. I'm asking if they are contracted with the university to provide ambulance services to students, particularly students.
Honorable Member, I can't answer whether they are contracted to students. I don't have that information.
Vice Chancellor, could you please assist? Like honestly.
Yeah.
It's like saying, if I'm asking if the securities that are outside are here only for today or they are contracted with the university, someone must know. Money is spent on it.
Deputy Chair, I will actually say the Dean of Students is better positioned to provide a much more concrete response because she's also the Director of Housing, of Student Housing. So what I know from a case that I have had to deal with is that clinic sisters can call upon the need the ambulances as per the need. The contract, I doubt we have a contract, but I cannot say definitely we do not.
So,
but I doubt we have a contract.
Vice Chancellor, because for the sake of continuity, in fact, for the sake of peace, which is not going to be peace to students that need the service, that aspect is what I can do and call a government ambulance service. I'm not asking about a nurse at a clinic calling an ambulance. I'm speaking in particular about the ones that you have here today, which are not government, they are private. If they render a service that is contracted with the university, and it does not sit well with me that no one knows, operations doesn't know, finance doesn't know, it would appear as if something is being hidden, and I don't even have prior information for that matter. I'm not asserting that there's corruption being committed. I wanted to understand because I know the need that is required, the need for students when it comes to ambulance services. That's the basis in which I was asking. But now it's creating an impression that there is something going on around this ambulance service where the Dean of Students is saying, yes, they render a service, but I don't know about the contract. You know, it's from pillar to post, which I'm not sure what is the intention. But SRC leadership, could you follow up on this matter? I'll also follow up. I'll request that Vice Chancellor, we also provided in writing No, I don't want you to be disturbed. I think, yeah, so that you can. I'm requesting that in writing, you also provide that particular information. I will come back, Vice Chancellor. Not like Donald Skolznek when he says, I'll be back. But I will be back and I'll follow up on these issues. Chair, on the other issues, I'll send them in writing. Thank you very much.
Acting ED Finance. Press the mic.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I don't want to answer because if I don't have the information at my disposal, I could not answer. Yeah, the information that I'm getting is that we don't have a contract. We don't have a contract with ambulance services, so it's on a case-by-case basis.
It's an ad hoc arrangement. Okay. I was alerted by our committee secretary that the staff that works in your kitchen had indicated that they are using public transport and they are waiting for you guys to eat. So I'll send my questions VC in writing. I'll make sure that I try and get somebody to edit our English so that when we get the responses, we don't ask what questions are they what questions are you responding to. But there was a key issue I can't leave here without addressing, the issue of tutors and people who are not being paid for 3 months or so now. If I think I had the students 4 months. And the argument being made by a student is that these are senior students who in their majority don't have funding. And therefore they use this tutoring and mentoring stipends to survive. And we take 4 months, if we take 4 months to deal with it, it affects the livelihoods and to such an extent that they had said that the matters were stuck between HR and finance or something like that. But somebody somewhere has not, I don't know, VC, I am very reluctant on asking HR to assist us in this matter. Maybe I must give you to, if you are aware of it. If not, maybe DVC, academic teaching and learning, maybe might shed some light. But I'm convinced that I must give it to yourselves. Because if I have my reservations of sending it to HR, because HR they will answer something and then members will have follow-up questions. I don't want to go to that. So what do we do, VC? Are you able to answer it?
The answer, Honourable Chair, will be yes, we are aware of it. I got to know about the challenge just a week and a half ago. We had a meeting with representatives of mentors and tutors. We had to have follow-up meetings with HR, and also finance at some point was involved. So it is a matter that at this time I thought we would have sorted it out. But I must, without wanting to be defensive, Chair, this happened around the time that we had our ED finance being administratively on leave, and the finances signatory processes will have been affected. So we're working on that. But having said that, with this problem being so dated, going back so many months back, it is of concern. And much as you want to veer away from HR, I would like to possibly get HR's progress on it as well as finance progress on it, given our last conversations on how we were solving the matter.
Who's acting ED HR?
He's only 3 days old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was just checking. Okay. What's your substantive position? Where are you placed before acting?
Thank you, Chair. I just joined the institution from outside. I haven't been member of this organization since a Monday. Chair.
Okay, so you are employed on Monday. You started working on Monday?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Oh. I hope, were you not first from outside on that 6 months arrangement?
No.
Oh,
I wasn't even out.
No, I had to choose. So what's your substantive position here? So you are hired to do what?
I have been contracted to assist the stabilized human capital unit, and the period of my stay here will be 6 months.
You're on the 6 months arrangement.
I had to go there, yeah. Yes, so my designation is acting head of human resources, Chair.
Yeah. Honorable Msazana says I must ask you if you are headhunted for the position. I know it's unfair to ask you, but at least you know the recruitment process. So you were.
No, Chair. My understanding is that my appointment followed a recruitment process, so I got to be chosen from a number of other people who were potentials, Chair.
No, so there was interviews and stuff. Advert, I get it was. No, but you can't look at somebody, you know if you have applied.
Yes, I have applied.
Okay.
I was interviewed and I was advised that I've succeeded.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Hopefully you'll stabilize HR. Labour, you were correct when we had a conversation with the university. Our meeting was not very pleasant to a point where we had to write to the ministry asking them to look at section 43 of having an assessor to check the fitness to hold office of council. The meeting did not go well because we felt that the statute of the university in front of the university and the university is not respecting it. Unfortunately, the minister did not agree with us. Actually, we had a meeting on a Friday, and the minister came here on a Monday, the following Monday. And when she came on Monday, the Vice Chancellor had went to the US, I think, a Sunday, a night before, if you remember. And we thought, because the minister was coming, we thought she might be angry enough to agree with us on section 43. She did not. She was angry, but not angry enough at the institution. But she did not agree with us, which is well within her rights. And the section 43, which was the appointment of an assessor to check the fitness to hold office of council. Unfortunately, they did not agree with that. Subsequent to that, council communicated correctly that they are correcting their mistakes, because there we still believe that was a mistake. We're very happy after that. I think 2 months or so, 3 months later, a council informed the university community that they are starting a process of recruitment of a new vice chancellor. and it would have been wrong of us to then continue to say they must go when they've self-corrected. So we agreed with them, and that is why seated here, we have a new Vice Chancellor which is being inaugurated tomorrow, which we fully agreed with the self-correction chairperson of that process. I think I even wrote to to council, if I'm not mistaken, or I congratulated last year when you communicated the appointment, I think starting in October or something to that effect. I know that we did either release a statement congratulating or a letter to yourself. I'm not too sure now if we wrote informing you that we agree with you and therefore abandoning our view of Section 43. When somebody is self-corrected, it's pointless to fight with them. So we agreed with council. Well, maybe I must put it, council agreed with us at the later stage that there was something. And I want to reiterate, our fight with council was not and should not be misunderstood to be us or look like we were fighting the former VC. We have absolutely no beef against the former VC. We felt that she had done enough. She had built an institution from the ground to what it is. And we felt that her continuing beyond what the statute said would have eroded her legacy of good things. So we're protecting. Sometimes when you are being protected, you may not like it, but hopefully in few years we'll see things the same way, and people will realize that we're saving the legacy of somebody who had done so well. And because she has done so well, I'm lobbying that maybe we must organize a lecture on her, and we'll go speak at it, because it's something that we believe that at least she deserves. She had done extremely well. I don't want us to live here thinking that we were, I mean, how many universities here have got their own hotel? I don't know if there's anyone. You do. I mean, it's something. Which one? Yeah. TUT. Or CUT. Okay. Yeah, I'm so sorry to say, but I'm so sorry. Yeah, so in us thanking you, I think Vice Chancellor and Chair of Council, you see, I've listened to labor. I interact a lot with workers from all kinds of, the whole sector. We've got over 123 public institutions that we do oversight on, over 120, and in all of them there's organized labor. In some instances, 6 unions. So we interact with hundreds of thousands of organized labor. And I listen to them presenting. You don't have hostile workers. All you need, let them have space to ventilate their issues. So create those spaces. You'll see, it will assist you. I don't think they're destructive. I've listened to them. Frustrated maybe, but I don't think they're destructive. Create those platforms, let them raise their issues. I mean, in their presentation, you'll see at the bottom there, this person, you see, they don't like the HR person. One thing about both unions, I think we must agree, both of them don't like the HR person. then how a person was presenting. There was a point where it took 8 minutes just on that HR person. I realized I can't even stop you because now, you know, he's probably the first time he's able to speak openly about it. So let's create those spaces. You'll see it will work in your advantage. Students raise a number of issues. Maybe let me first address yourselves, students. The decisions that may have been taken by the institution at an insistence of you as students might be the reason why you have a problem at residences. Because if a res is built for catered res, and you guys says no, we'll put students who want self-catering, you're going to have problems of stoves. Now, if block 7 is built and we all agree there are no stoves, why would they build this? You can't say no, because they are saying it was built for for catered, and that's why there are no stoves, because there's no kitchen there. You told us there's no kitchen, and in their explanation, they are saying that it's because that thing was built for catered residences. So we've instructed them to wait for you guys to go to elections. After elections, they must sit down, have an imbizo with students to explain that this is the purpose of, just like when you have, where they've built chemistry lab. They've given a very beautiful chemistry lab, the Vice Chancellor, I think in the science block there. Is it building 6 or something? Yeah. You can't then want that physics laboratory to do biology things. It's not going to work. Because the apparatus that they have there, that they are, I saw Honorable Mr. was playing with the glucose, you know, in that one of the labs there. You can't then want to turn a laboratory built for chemistry and do biology. It's not going to work. There's a lab, very beautiful lab built there. Was it no, it was not the micro, it was the biology one, the anatomy one. Yeah, anatomy one. It's built there, you know, even those tables to put human bodies. You can't go and do chemistry there. It's not going to work. So when a building is built for a specific purpose, it must be used for that dean of students. And you must enforce those rules to say block 6 or block 7 and block 5 are only going to be for catered res in 2027. And these are the reasons. You then sit down with students and inform them, all those who are going to be staying here, these are the conditions. And the conditions will include you signing that thing of catered res. If you want self-catering, we'll put in 13. Is it 13? Yeah, building 13 for more or Kenya more. We also want to really consider dean of students changing the model there for laundry. Put people to work there. Students will bring their own things, write them in a particular plastic, cover it there, write their names there and the items, wash it, put it there for them. But because the machines will be operated by maybe 2-3 people, they are likely going to work longer than these ones now. But if you bring new machines, you'll see, you know, they will work well. The issue of the SRC raised a very important matter, Kaya. Twofold. They raised an issue of off-campus residences that are not maintained properly. And I have a big problem, Vice Chancellor, with this private accommodation providers. We've actually called them to a meeting on the 26th of August. We have called a colloquium on student accommodation, NSFAS cap funding. I don't agree with some students. At least I know University of Mpumalanga did not form part of some group of young people who said scrap the cap. I actually, when President were presenting, I had to go to the letter to check, and I was very happy that you did not do so. Because let me tell you, what does that mean? What are these students saying? They are saying all of this private accommodation, number one, they are compliant. They are saying their accommodation is so good that NSFAS can't tell them what is the maximum amount that must be paid. They are saying scrap the cap and give these accommodation providers a blank check to decide how much they want to charge. That's what literally they're saying. And we disagree with them. We disagree with them because this accommodation, like you've correctly said as the SRC, many of them don't meet the minimum norms and standards of DHET. Many of them are not compliant according to Department of Labor's assessments. Many of them don't even have occupancy certificates to put children there. We went to one in Cape Town. I'm not going to right. I'm sorry. They can threaten us all they want. But that Ekaya in Cape Town charges way above the cap. Way above the cap. You get that the building, it got a building, it might fall at any given time. Non-compliance everywhere. They charge, it's 2,000 every month extra. The university goes and puts NSFAS funded students there. So but every year NSFAS funded student must owe 20,000. Then the same university, when you come and want to register the following year, it says, but we've signed a concession with the SRC, you must pay 50%. So this poor child that we have said, they don't qualify to have money on their own. The university in January, but is 10,000. They're not registering. They get this thing from Machonisa, gives them the 10,000, the granny will pay it over the whole year with serious interest. But because they paid 10,000, you add another 20,000, it's now 30,000. For them to go register for 30 years, they need 15,000. And then they leave 15,000, they add 20,000, it's 35,000. For them to graduate, now they need 35,000. And our argument, Vice Chancellor, is that this is a deliberate tactical exclusion of poor children. And we're not going to allow it. We'll fight. I know your organization, USAF, fights with me all the time on these matters. Well, some of them, they agree with us, but I don't want to say which Vice Chancellor because so. But it's a tactical exclusion of poor kids. If they are lucky enough to register progressively, they will not graduate. They will not graduate. Secondly, we also don't agree, President, actually we agree with you when our argument is that there must be a task team or task teams in different institutions that must include student accommodation of the university, the student representative council of the university, that must include NSFAS, to come and accredit university-owned residences. Because NSFAS is now forced to pay these exorbitant fees by universities. Universities in South Africa are going to have big problems, Vice Chancellor, with yourselves, because we're making education extremely expensive for a poor child. I make examples about certain universities because we have interacted with them. University of Pretoria appeared before Parliament in March. University of Pretoria has about 8,000 or so, 8,200 beds that they own, that are theirs. And they on average, they charge about 7,000, on average. There are those that are around 9,000, like a bed. Those that are around 6,000, I think the cheapest is 7,002 actually, I can't remember proper, but very expensive. So we asked them, let's do an exercise, CFO, with the CFO there. CFO says, so we asked them to maintain a year, how much does it cost the university, including paying water, and this is in a metro of Tshwane. So they are paying metro rates to Tshwane. Or it cost them 150 million to run student accommodation, which I even told him that I believe you. Then we calculated on average how much are they making? 600 million rand. 600 million rand. And they've paid off they paid workers, they paid water and lights. So student accommodation of universities is now turned into profit making. And who's paying? It's this NSFAS. So I asked them, why do you then have your accommodate making so much profit? Because you could well be within the cap for these NSFAS funded students, or have a special dispensation for NSFAS funders. They stay with the rest, but they pay a different one. I don't know, something. Because you're not going to lose anything. And what makes you charge 8,000 anymore? Kuri, where is 8,000? You know, sometimes we went to observatory in the university in the Western Cape, in Cape Town. There's on the left, if observatory is behind, on the left is as you off ramp from the N2. On the right is residences from UCT, on the left CPUT. In 2023, this one I think was charging 7,000 UCT. These ones were charging 3,800. Same CT, same. The only difference is when the sun rises, it faces UCT. When it goes down, it faces CPUT res. That was the difference. And I thought maybe because now they tell us now the area. So, but this one, okay, maybe this. I even asked them, is the title deed maybe signed by somebody different? You know, it's the same street. The difference is they are looking at each other. Right? Maybe the problem, the 7,000 is inside. Maybe when I enter there, I'll see a computer lab, you know, the student support. I enter there, there's no 7,000. I can't see it. The bed sizes are the same. The difference is the paint of the doors are not the same. And the gate, yes. So, President, these 2 points, it's something that we're not going to leave. Because the universities accredit or take lease, Kaya. They advertise themselves. CPUT did the same. CPUT, after that, instead of continuing the good work, they decide to take their prices now almost compared to this one. Now they take their prices high. That's why in our meeting of the 28th, we have brought competition Commission. Yeah, broad competition, and we're going to open